transparency, and communication. A lot of things. The purpose of today's roundtable is to receive an update on the new practices and procedures being used by DCPS and DGS with regard to school modernizations. Further, I would like to use today to get an update on capital projects from the summer of 2015, projects currently in construction, and projects slated for 2016. As I've said before, at the heart of this all is a question about equity. We have lots of schools that are still wholly inadequate for our students. I believe it is important for us to continue having these conversations beyond just the budget season to keep us all on track. With that, I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. I'd like to now turn to my colleague and co-chair of this hearing, Councilmember Mary Cheh.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Grasso. Today's roundtable, as was noted, is a follow-up of a joint public oversight roundtable held on July 8th, 2015, in which we conducted an overall evaluation of the school's modernization program based upon the auditor's report entitled, and the title does tell quite a bit here, "The District School Modernization Program has failed to comply with DC Code and lacks accountability, transparency, and basic financial management." During that roundtable, we tried to delve into the issues about how schools are selected for modernization, how specific schools are in fact planned to be modernized, the actual cost of the modernization, the awarding of the contracts, the monitoring of the work, monitoring of costs and payments, who should ultimately be held accountable for the school modernization projects if something goes awry. From both the auditor's report and the roundtable, we learned that the district has for years pursued a school modernization process that has not lived up to the plan as first set forth and as required by law. A mysterious way of selecting schools, a lack of oversight and supervision, inadequate record keeping, overruns, substantial costs for schools that should not have probably cost as much, and whether we're actually getting savings that may have been effected over time. Today we want to know what has changed since the auditor's report and our joint public oversight roundtable. In particular, we want to learn more about the steps that DGS and DCPS have taken to reform the practices and procedures related to school modernizations. And this time around, we hope to have our substantive questions answered by those attending on behalf of the executive. Now, last time, the notion was, well, we're working on it, or we're new to it, or we're going to get information. So now we're going to see where we are. Keep in mind that over $2 billion has been spent since the district started school modernization, and over 24 schools, nevertheless, remain to be modernized. So the public needs answers to the questions that we will be raising here today. Now, obviously, we don't expect everything to be addressed that was brought up in the auditor's report, or solved, certainly. But we do hope and expect that DGS and DCPS will have taken steps to address each of the recommendations in that report and the committee's recommendations. And we especially need to know whether there's something more that the council has to do as well. So I look forward to the witnesses today, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I look forward to this hearing as well. I just want to make a quick announcement. If you are testifying today and you have a copy of your testimony, now would be the time to give it to Jess over here. Just let her have a copy of that. With that, we're going to move forward with the first panel of witnesses. Peter McPherson, Matthew Fruman. I don't see Matt here. Cynthia Poles. Ms. Poles is here. David Stevenson, Chair for the LSAP for School Within a School. Does that give me 4 or 3? And Ivan Frischberg. Brent Elementary PTA. Okay, Mr. McPherson, you're up.
Good morning, Chairman Grosso and Chairman Cheh. Thank you very much for holding this hearing. I think, it's extremely important and a topic of great interest among, stakeholders in the city. When I look up at the dais, I see some very thoughtful members of the council. And there have been some very thoughtful members of the, now the third executive that's presided over school modernization. But in spite of all of this, this thoughtfulness and intelligence and education, I'd say we still have an extremely screwed up dynamic here. And as you would probably expect, the poster child for screwed up dynamic is the Ellington School of the Arts. Now, 2 years ago, the budget for the Ellington project was $82 million. Today, it is $180 million, nearly a 100% increase. Now, I have a lot of theories about how the Hearst Castle Express managed to leave the station unimpeded, but it did. And I think the fact that it has unimpeded is saying volumes about how screwed up things still are. Many of you may not know Stanton Elementary School, but Stanton is one of the biggest elementary schools in the city. It's in Ward 8, and it has a 550 students, and I think $29 million is being spent on its modernization. All right. Now, I've been over there a bunch of times, and it's kind of staggering the things that two key features that it's not getting. By the time it's done, it will still have the smallest playground of virtually any school in DCPS. And, knowing me, you knew that I could not get through a hearing without saying the word library. So I will, and I will say that it has a library. Well, it has a library because there's a room with a sign on the outside that says library. But that's it. It has some bookshelves, and it has 30-year-old books, and that's it. And there is no money in this current budget to fix it. So, the thing is that this is just such a familiar feature. We back up a Brinks truck behind a few projects, the high schools, and Ellington being the poster child for the most grandiose of all, and then everybody else is just standing at the corner like someone unemployed during the Great Depression, wondering when the good times are coming. And frankly, I think the council has to take some ownership of this. I mean, the council is what we have in terms of oversight. That's it. And, the council, I feel, has to put its foot down and say, we've got to bring equity and fairness to this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Poles?
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Poles, and I'm a long-term resident of Adams Morgan. And I'd like to focus today on the Marie Reed School Modernization Plan. It's a little bit of a unique situation, but I think it also has lessons that should apply to the rest of the district's schools, at least in terms of the flaws in the planning process. As you may be aware, the Marie Reed was a product of the community control movement of the late 60s and the early 70s. And so it's somewhat unique in that what came out of that movement was putting a bunch of community facilities on the same campus with a school. So it's a school plus a health clinic plus an early childhood learning center plus a bunch of DPR facilities like 2 swimming pools and a soccer field and tennis courts and outdoor basketball courts. So it's very comprehensive. We found that the process the district is going through for schools doesn't really work very well for an arrangement like we have at Marie Reed in the sense that there are educational specifications, but there were no specifications for any of the community facilities. Nor did the community facilities really make it into the budgeting process or the planning process in a proper way. So we find ourselves constantly behind the 8 ball in terms of getting our existing community facilities preserved and improved along with the school. They were told there's not enough money to do this, there's not enough money to do that, and so on and so forth. So it's been very frustrating that the planning at the front end did not fully take into account exactly what was going on at Marie Reed, what the activities were that were there, that there were these other things, and they should have been budgeted for. They weren't. So we find that the swimming pool is getting shorted in the process. The gym seems to be sort of being converted to a school facility instead of a DPR facility. We're losing a basketball court. The outdoor pool is not being renovated at all. The indoor pool is to be shrunk as to the amount of space and to be a more crowded facility. The locker rooms are to be smaller, and so on and so forth. So I think, my takeaway from all this is that the planning process needs to begin a lot earlier for not only Murray Reed, but all other schools, that the school improvement team comes on the scene almost after the fact. The budget is in place, the architects are selected, everything is kind of reactive to a process that's pretty well predetermined. We, the citizens, are even less involved in the process in the terms of the school improvement team is, at least in the case of the Murray Reed, has been a little bit of a secret process. They don't meet in public. The list of members is not disclosed. We don't see minutes of their meetings. We were not given any opportunities to apply to be on the SIT. In essence, it's a little bit of a closed process. There's some very good people who are on the SIT, but I think in terms of going forward, that whole SIT process needs to be restructured and rearranged so that it's more open, more transparent, more democratic, more representative of the community. We have a lot of ANC commissioners that are on our SIT, and they really, I don't think they should be there, because they should be whom we go to complain about what the SIT does. So they're a little bit compromised when they're on the SIT. The same thing with regard to the principal, who seems to dominate the process. She's doing a very good job in terms of looking out for the school's interests. But when you have something like Murray Reed, it's a little bit problematic that the school dominates the process and the community side of things is a little bit left out of things. I think you've got some really good recommendations from the 21st Century School Fund that I won't repeat. I know they're going to testify later on, but I've attached them to my testimony. And I think that the council needs to think about regularizing the process, perhaps through legislation that imposes a much better set of planning procedures. As we've still got a bunch of schools to go. There's like 36 to go. And I think we could probably do a lot better in terms of the planning. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stevenson?
Great.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dave Stevenson. I'm the chair of the LSAT at School Within School. I know the Education Committee members know us well. We're unusual in that we expanded over the last few years from 4 classrooms in the attic of Peabody to about 290 kids this year. It's a Reggio Emilia-inspired school. We have 2 classrooms of medically fragile students as well, and next year we'll complete our expansion. We'll be pre-K 3 through 5th grade in the Gooding Elementary building. We moved in the summer of 2013 to Gooding after a year in the trailers at the Logan Annex, and we've encountered a number of issues with the building. They're listed on the testimony. The big one is the classroom size. It's 25 to 35% smaller than the DCPS standard. The building was built at a time in which kids sat in rows and desks and they learned what the teacher had to tell them. And elementary education looks different now in DC and especially at SWS. But also we have a number of smaller issues related to classroom doors that don't lock, issues with the PA, an elevator that goes out now and again. It's been better this year, and DGS has done a great job of fixing it when it breaks this year, which we appreciate. A lack of fire sprinklers, which means that my son, instead of having a cubby for my 4-year-old son, instead of having a cubby for his materials outside of his classroom, he has a hook in the copier room outside the nurse's office, because that's where we have space for his stuff to be stored. And finally, we have a HVAC system, unit ventilators, which is noisy, and it's sort of, it's a problem either way. When it's working, it interferes with classroom learning, and I've actually been in there co-teaching, and then you turn it off, and then the room gets hot or cold, and sometimes you don't have a choice because it's broken anyway. So a number of issues. We have, like many schools, experienced fully the capital planning process and seen the Phase 1 modernization date come and go. And we really appreciate your leadership, Chairman Grasso, and the DME and DCPS in terms of rationalizing and making more transparent that process. I'm not here to talk about that today. We look forward to participating, and it's something where if there's a queue and you understand the reasons for it, it's a lot easier for parents to be in line. But I did want to highlight for this roundtable, you asked about capital projects from last year. We had $3 million allocated in fiscal 15 to deal with some of the basic health, safety, and access issues around, for example, the HVAC, for example, the sprinklers, for example, some of the locks and other things. That work didn't happen this past summer. I understand that DGS, they had to get the big projects done for back to school. But we are engaged with them now and have been meeting with them and have some additional meetings scheduled with both DGS and DCPS to address those. We do feel like, even though the right answer for the school is to get it modernized and take care of the classrooms and the space in a way that will support the full, what the school can become. In the meantime, we'd like to be sure we take care of those health, safety, security, and access issues, and we look forward to working with them on it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Frischberg?
Good
morning.
Morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Ivan Frischberg. I'm a parent at Brent Elementary and on the board of the PTA. And today I'm offering testimony on behalf of the 4 feeder elementary schools into Jefferson Academy, which is our neighborhood middle school. So that's Brent, Amidon Bowen, Van Ness, and Tyler Elementary. You have heard from us before with regard to modernization funding at both Jefferson Academy and Elliott Hine Middle School. And the testimony today, I'll specifically focus on the progress that's been made at Jefferson since the council's final action on the budget last year. But I wanted to start off with sort of the context for, the conversation last year and the value of neighborhood middle schools, because it's just so at the core of why the feeder schools are working together and why we prioritize this work. We have seen the transformative power of neighborhood elementary schools in Ward 6 and the difference it's made to our students, our community, and the city overall. For quite some time, however, middle schools have been the falling off point and the end of the road for neighborhood schooling. Years of delayed promises for modernization funding at our Ward 6 middle schools has left a perceived lack of confidence in the city's commitment to middle schools, and it has meant that any family considering their neighborhood middle school option would have to take a step back in terms of the physical conditions and capacity of the schools, rather than taking a step up that is required by the academic requirements of middle school. This committee's efforts to address some of that gap in commitment last year and the function at our middle schools is greatly appreciated, even if it was short of some of our collective goal. It was a tough budget year, and we appreciate the progress was made by the committee and the council, and are happy to provide some insights on how those budget decisions last year have played out to this point. There were really 3 main commitments that were made to Jefferson last year. First, there was an FY15 commitment to address some of the immediate needs of the school over the summer. This included such items as furniture, bathroom stalls, remediation of some of the issues around the music space that threaten security of instruments, but some of them were sort of basic health and security issues of the school. Second, there was a commitment for stabilization funds to address some of the greater infrastructure needs at the school, such as roof work, doors, heating and cooling, and basic electrical capacity to support the needs of academic programs. It's one thing to have computers, it's another thing to be able to plug them in and run them all the time and be able to organize your classroom appropriately. Third was the commitment of funds to start the planning process for the modernization, which has been delayed for so many years, and is still hanging out on a schedule that would accommodate a ribbon cutting by a 4th mayor if we were to stick to that timeline. As of today, the work that has been anticipated over the summer has not been fully completed, and the current physical conditions of the school are still behind, I think, the incredible academic programming and ambition from both its staff and students. Specifically, science labs have not been constructed or, to our knowledge, planned. Classrooms still lack the adequate electrical capacity to support needed computer function. Most importantly, there's still not a clear commitment from DGS or DCPS to a school improvement team or the planning process that was supported by this committee's budget or the council's budget. DCPS and DGS collectively are still recovering from a lot of the issues raised in the auditor's report, and while we face more limited capital budgets now, that it almost certainly require prioritization. In our experience, the administration still doesn't have the systems in place to adequately execute the priorities of the council. There may also be some reluctance to embrace some of the priorities of the council. This is most apparent on the planning commitments that were made to Jefferson. We believe that DCPS and DGS have deprioritized the planning process because the out-year budgets for modernization at Jefferson don't take place until 2019. This conflicts with the committee's analysis that placed a priority on modernization at Jefferson, and in the FY16 budget moved to start the planning process right away. Parents are ready, schools are ready, and our students are certainly ready, but we need to make sure that the city stays on track. We can't let another budget cycle go by without prioritizing the modernization at our neighborhood middle school, and we can't afford another year where DCPS and DGS stall out on actions and then come back here and make the case for reprogramming that money elsewhere. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your work on these issues.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank all of you for coming down and testifying. I just have a few thoughts and follow-ups, and I'll turn to my colleagues. Mr. McPherson, I'm curious, do you have a specific issue with Ellington getting this much money, or is it more in general any school getting this kind of money? And have you ever thought of it from the perspective of Ellington as actually, has the really significant academic portion as well as the art portion, which makes it a little bit different in what it needs to get done in the school? And we're going to hear later from Ms. Cooper-Kaferitz about this, but I wondered, would you also have raised these questions, and maybe you did prior to the time when I was on the council, about other high schools that got these large amounts of donations? I don't have any, real defense of it other than that's where the planning was going. I'm curious, though, how you felt about Dunbar or about some of the other high schools.
The first thing I'd say is I think we have an enormous cost problem, that our costs, are just much higher than they are in the suburbs. That the same architectural firm designed Wakefield High School in Arlington and Ballou High School, and they're very similar kinds of schools.
Right. Well, I was asking about Ellington.
No, but I'm getting to that. But
All right,
so the fact is that we have these big costs, and I think, on the whole, we've spent far too much money on high schools. But I would say, yes, we are spending too much money on Ellington, $180 million for a school that really is never going to serve more than 550 students. I feel like
in addition to that, you also feel like we spent too much money on the other high schools as
Yes.
well. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I was wondering. Thank you. Ms. Poles, I think you're spot on right about poor planning in this effort, and it's something that we've been struggling with, not just at Marie Reed, but in other areas where there's more than one agency involved. We have DPR, we have DGS, we have DCPS. I think with Marie Reed, though, it's not too late for us to get in there and actually continue to try to do a better job coordinating the effort. I've heard some about the pool. Maybe you could talk a little bit more about that, because I don't know if I completely understand what the problem is with the pool there. Can you walk me through that again just a little bit?
Yes, and you're correct, we do still have time to fix
Yes.
The pool is a wonderful space right now. It's got great high ceilings and wonderful light. It needs to be expanded. That was one of our goals in this process, because DPR really likes the fact that it's centrally located, so it cites a lot of its classes and lessons there. So it's a very active and busy pool. We were unable to persuade them to give us any additional swing capacity, either in the form of extra lanes or even a kids pool. But then what got more problematic is that they decided to build the cafeteria in the airspace for the pool.
Above the pool.
So it's going to confine the space and alter its character. And also the locker rooms appear to be smaller than they are now, and they're already a little too small. There are fewer showers than there are now. And then I also want to talk a little bit about the outdoor pool, Happy Hollow, which is one of the very few small, very oriented for children and very desired because it is small and comfortable and safe. They originally wanted to actually tear it out and put a parking lot there, and there was pushback on that, and they pulled back from their plans, but they were almost a little bit spiteful, and they said, well, we'll leave it, but we won't touch it, even though it needs to be fixed.
All right, well, thank you.
So it's just been inattention to any of the recreation facilities from the public perspective, I think.
Okay, well, hopefully we're moving to a better place on that, and we'll keep an eye on it as well. I know your council member is also closely watching it, as she's talked to me about it several times. So thank you for bringing it down here to the record. Mr. Stevenson, I appreciate, I actually like the fact that you said that you're working on these things with DGS at this point in time on some of the issues and DCPS. That's really, I'm glad to hear that. Now would be the time, because the money was 2016, and so it just was October 1. Just keep us updated on that if you would in the committee, and we'll keep you updated on how the process goes for next year.
I appreciate that, and they've been super to work with, so thank you.
Great. And Mr. Frischberg, my only concern here is that some of these things I think were promises that were done by the mayor when she did her walkthrough last year, and so that's an interesting question if we can follow up on that as well and see where they are. Like council can only put so many directions into this. We put the money out there, and I think there was some money that was found to try to do some stabilization. We put some money in, et cetera. So we'll break it down with you to try to figure out what the accountability is there, and we'll ask them as well when they get up to testify, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I would just say there's sort of 3 levels of commitment, and we've tried to do some of the forensics to figure out, okay, what gets done, right, where, and in which pot of money, and what's, I think, most relevant to the hearing today is that there's not an adequate level of transparency or clarity on the kind of official side of the docket to have that.
Well,
those lists be organized in a way that I think then they can be effectively executed.
And held accountable, too. And so we'll ask about that today during the hearing, see what we can get. That's all the questions I have. I'm going to turn now to my colleague, Councilmember Che. I will note that we've been joined by Councilmember Allen from Ward 6, and after Councilmember Che asks her questions, I'll turn to him for an opening and questions as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming to testify. And it's useful for us to have particular schools in mind when we think through these problems because it gives us an actual example. But the larger issues are the ones that really should be addressed as well, because when we get down to the specific cases, unless we have the proper planning, the proper oversight, the proper allocation of money, the actual examples really, things go awry when you don't have something in place to keep it on track. I was interested, one of you had mentioned something about perhaps the council should get into the business of legislating the very process of going forward and planning for particular schools. Who made that point?
That was me. It was in the context of the school improvement team, which I think comes into the process way too late. We're basically almost at the tail end of the planning process. We're not there when they're deciding the budget. We're not there when they're deciding the educational specifications and so on and so forth. We should have that team as a part of the process. They're the representatives of the community.
I thought the way that it was supposed to proceed, I thought, was that there are ed specs. In other words, there's certain things every school needs, and then you start out with that as your baseline, and then you go to the particular school with the benefit of the community and all of the interested parties, and you talk about what has to be adjusted for that school, whatever the footprint is, whatever the special needs may be for that school, and then you make those adjustments. But what I've seen happen with schools in my ward is something similar to what you've described. And not only that, DCPS has been sort of absent from the process. DGS will come in and they'll say, well, we have an architect, we have design, we have this, we have that. Now, what would you all like? Seeming to suggest that, it's like Christmas, and so you identify the things that you'd like, and we'll see if we could fit them in and that sort of thing. And then they come back later with their second design, and people are either happy with it or not happy with it, but it's not an iterative process that involves the community, so far as I can tell, nor is it one where DCPS is, actively involved. I believe DGS should be the instrument of what DCPS and the community decide they have money for and that they need on a particular site. Does that represent anything like what you experienced
A little bit different because we didn't actually get to do the part of saying what we wanted because we were.
Well,
we
that
were,
might even be window dressing, I'm not sure. but-
I know, it probably is, but we were basically told, it was a little bit worse than that, though, because the district hired a feasibility consultant. I don't know if that's a standard or whether it was just particular to Marie Reed. And they studied different options for the school and presented them to the community. And then they hired an actual architect. The feasibility guy was an architect too, but then they hired an actual architect, and that architect was essentially not in any way bound by the feasibility study. So that whole process was malarkey, basically. It didn't have any meaning. The actual architect had completely different ideas, and that team proceeded down that road. So there was sort of a false engagement on the feasibility front, where we were given quote-unquote options, but they weren't actual real options for the real architect, who basically said, no, the choices were, should we have a new building or should we fix what's there? And the actual architect said, oh, the building that's there is really solid, and it would cost a crazy amount of money to replace it. So we're just going to go with the building that's there. So we had this kind of a nasty fight in the community.
So can I ask you, though, obviously people may have different views about this, but if you were to set out what the proper process should be, let's say a school is selected for being modernized, School A. So now what should happen?
Well, I certainly think in our case, which again is a little bit unusual because the building was brutalist and people didn't really like the way it looked, this baseline question of to keep the building or to have a new building was sort of the central question initially. Yet it seemed to me that when the real architect came on and said, oh, this building is in great condition structure-wise, and it should be kept, that should have been known by these specialists a lot earlier in the process, that we shouldn't have had this pretend examination.
No, I understand, and thank you all for being, the other witnesses, for indulging me with this, and if you have anything to add, please do so. I'm wondering if the council were to prescribe a particular process. Obviously, we have to do so somewhat generically. We can't say what would apply to a particular site as such. But, and I know it's presenting this now, you're just sitting there now, but do you have any thoughts about what we would prescribe? Yes.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I only know the SWS experience planning and then a little bit about Watkins, what I've heard from friends at the cluster. It struck me that what they're trying to do now for Jefferson, which is put $1 million and for the architecture work a year or two out in advance, you need that kind of lead time to get the budget right and to have the time to do the community involvement. And I think a lot of what I've seen go by is, in the year, you've got one fiscal year that has the full budget, and so you got to do your SIT, you got to do your architecture, and then suddenly it's June and you're getting started on construction. And so I think that lead time is important. And I also think, part of what we found working with DGS in sort of a pre-sit, right? Because originally we had $3 million in fiscal 15 and 12 in fiscal 16, was that by the time we finally got through the ed specs and walking around the building and looking at all the space, they didn't think that 12 was an adequate number, right? But sure, better to know that in advance of the budget than after you're halfway down the development project, which I think is what happens a lot in DC.
Is anybody else? Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Che, I would just say that, if you look at the budgets of modernization projects, what is budgeted for an elementary school in Ward 8 as opposed to a middle school in or an elementary school in Ward 3, I mean, the scope of work, frankly, there can be huge variation. And I personally would not be averse to the council taking a position through legislation that says, okay, if a school has not been modernized, and hasn't had any meaningful work done to it within a certain period, that when modernization takes place, that, a prescribed number of things are going to take place. That was sort of the implicit promise of the phased modernizations. But, frankly, I think the phase modernizations have sort of turned into a joke, because you see schools that, like I'd mentioned Stanton during my testimony, that are getting like 29 million. But, there are things that it's not getting. And if you look at the capital improvement plan, there's really, you look out into the horizon and believe me, there's nothing to be seen. There's no island for you to swim to. So, the thing is that I frankly think that the executive should be deprived of the choice on this, because I think what happens is that schools get triaged against one another, and that equity has gone out the window. And that we've had 3 different mayors that I think, unfortunately, have not really been committed to true equity in these matters, and that now we're at the point where we need legislation to ensure that equity actually takes place.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll just note before I go to Councilmember Allen that DCPS and DGS are testifying later today, well, not too long from now. And one of the things they're going to be talking about is the trying to repair and fix the whole process. And that really we started with the hearing in July with the question on our minds at the end of that hearing was who's in charge of what? What is the, who signs off on these things? Who organizes the sit? Who does all that? And I think there was some kind of not clarity there. And so we're going to hear from them. So I hope people will stay tuned in and listen when they come up to talk about their new process. It may or may not be better. I'm not sure if we need to legislate it, but it certainly is something worth hearing because they've put a lot of thought in it since our July hearing. That's why we're having this follow-up hearing. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, thank you to both you and Ms. Che again. This is, I think I'm the only council member that sits on both committees, but this is at least the second hearing that you've jointly held together, and it says a lot as each of you have worked very hard in each respective realm, but I think that having these joint hearings is very helpful because the decision by DCPS can't be separated from the decision by DGS and the work that goes together. So thank you for working so collaboratively on that. As the new fiscal year begins, we know there's it's a little bit of a reset button. It's also an opportunity for a host of new programs and new projects to come on board. And so the timeliness of this hearing, I think, should not be lost on a lot of people as well. Thank you all for your testimony. I did want to ask a few follow-up questions. Mr. Frischberg, I appreciate that your kids are at Brent, I believe, but you're speaking about the feeder pattern and moving towards the middle school, which I just appreciate the perspective you're bringing there of kind of that energy, because I think like you, the middle schools are an area where I think we have a lot of room for growth and a lot of room to help continue to build the confidence of those parents and see their full pathway all the way to these wonderful high schools that we have. You talked about, you kind of laid it out in 3 different tranches. The first was the immediate needs, and I was on that walkthrough, I guess, with the mayor, and I think that may be part of the challenge is we have, I think there were probably 20 staff people walking around with the mayor as she was asking different questions, and they were all good questions. And I remember, in particular, we were in one of the science labs, and the principal was saying how the equipment doesn't work. And it turns out either the gas line and the water lines got reversed or something relatively basic that could be fixed. And the DGS representative said, absolutely, we can get that fixed. That's easy. We'll just go down and change those up. That was 6 months ago. Hadn't been done yet for minor conversation with the principal. Those are, I realize it's hard to say no in front of the mayor, but the capacity to actually go get those changes done, it certainly built an expectation, I know, within the school, within the parents, within the leadership there, that this was a fix that could get done, and it didn't. So I appreciate you raising that point of how we get those things fixed. The stabilization piece will certainly follow up with DGS a little bit later today, but flipping through what we've got coming up, for Jefferson, for example, it's $1 million for gymnasium AC, $1 million for auditorium AC, $550,000 for exterior door replacement, and kind of goes on and on. I'm always a little suspicious of really round numbers, of how accurate is that budgeting, but that's part of the conversation that we'll have with DGS, certainly. But your third point is the most important to me, and that speaks to the long term of the school and how it's positioned for the future. We've got in the budget from the council's markup process directed money to be spent FY16, FY17, building towards the eventual complete modernization. Can you talk a little bit about, and actually Mr. Stevenson touched on it too, why is beginning and engaging in a planning process now? We'll talk about from the architect standpoint why it's important, but why is it important to you as a parent? Why is it important to the community to begin that engagement process now, building towards an ultimate modernization?
I think it was important not just to the school communities, but it was obviously important to the council as well to say, because I think we came in here and said, we want it all, we want it now, like everybody else. And even though it was not for the school where many of us had kids, but we thought it was an important sort of commitment piece. But I think what the council did was smart to say, look, we can't do that. We have to make set of decisions, but let's start the planning process. We think, I think as was acknowledged here, it's a better process if it takes time. And so I think we look at it as an opportunity to do really thoughtful community engagement, to do smart planning. There's so much work that's going on within the waterfront area as it is. Let's start to do that work in a thoughtful way. What concerns us is that if you start the work and then you leave a gap and then you try to come back to it, that you're going to end up wasting all the planning money that was done. I mean, I feel like that's why either probably the intention from DGS is to not do it and reprogram it into other things, or to sort of do some of it and have it lost and sort of stick with the original schedule. And it doesn't feel like that's the sort of the full commitment or the opportunity that we have with regards to the school. So I think having I think the council made a commitment. I think it's one of these things where we need DCPS and DGS to kind of move quickly and not treat it as an out-year thing. I will say, just with regard to your first comments about the mayor's walkthrough, I talked to Principal Gordon and the mayor's staff right after that and sort of tried to go, okay, what did you hear? What did you hear? And try to come to some reconciliation. And they weren't too far off. And even I think from the mayor's staff, some candor of saying, well, yes, that might have been said, but we've got to work through the process too, which I fully respect. My concern now is that as time has gone on, that on both the stabilization funds and the FY15 funds, that rather than greater clarity from the process and a kind of a punch list like you would have with your own contractor, it's become even less clear. What needs to be done and when and by what and by whom and out of what pot of money. And some of these things, I think the situation is where we're going into the stabilization money and saying, hey, we thought this was going to happen. And one part of the government is saying we don't have the funds for that. But we're able to say, well, it's actually in the budget and it's in another agency's budget. And so clearly these things aren't all connecting up in the way that I think they need to best serve the schools.
Yeah. Well, on the stabilization, one of the things, and this is, but for the work of the committee chair, I don't think we would have had this type of breakdown of the stabilization funding. So it does give us the ability to have, I think, a greater sense of accountability. And there will be decisions that I guess get made. It kind of speaks to my really round numbers comment around exactly how much does one of those things cost and how does it work. But I think we will certainly have much greater accountability than we've had in the past on that stabilization spending. And that'll be part of the oversight perspective. But I think your point again on the front end around issues 1 and 2 actually, to me, help reinforce your issue 3, which is as we make decisions around stabilization, which roof is going to get repaired, which windows, what power infrastructure is going to be invested in. To me, all the more reason you want to have that incorporated within the planning process for the fuller modernization to come a couple of years later, because I think it makes sure that that investment is as wise as it can be and as impactful as it can be. Yeah. Let me turn real fast to Mr. Stevenson. You talked a little bit about your work with DGS currently. I agree. I'm glad that you're engaging that way. Do you feel like out of the list of things you talked about, the reality is we probably have to prioritize some things. Do you feel like that your prioritization and the school community's prioritization is getting through, and do you have a process and engagement with DGS that is lending itself to where you're able to help make decisions based on what are your highest priorities?
So I've only recently become chair of the LSAT, and I'm getting involved. Personally, it's sort of new to me. I would say we got sideways because of the original intention, which was we do a little bit in the first year and then we do the rest of the modernization in the second year, right? And so that created a certain set of expectations and ideas about what that first year's work would look like. They have heard us loud and clear about the safety issues. We actually had a lockdown, not that, earlier this fall, at which, it was parent-teacher night that night, and some of the teachers said, gosh, I couldn't lock my door, right? I mean, that's scary as a parent, it's scary as an administration, and they're paying attention to that. I understand I was talking with one of the DGS staff last week, and I understand the elevator, which has been, a real issue for us. They've got a sort of a budget and a plan for the elevator that I feel like is appropriate. I think that the tricky part is the HVAC is really important to us. I don't think the current budget quite covers it, and so we're talking with them about scope and timing, and how do you does it mean you also have to upgrade the power, et cetera. I don't think we're far enough along in the conversation to know exactly where that'll come out. But I definitely feel heard, and I'll say they've been very responsive and at least in the planning moment, good to work with. So thank you.
Well, that's excellent to hear. All right, I know my time is up, so thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll end this panel. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. We're now going to turn to the next panel, starting with Martin Wells, president of Amadon PTA. Hi, Marty. Valerie Jablow, creator of EducationDC.net. And Peggy Cooper Kafritz, at-large member, Duke Ellington School of the Arts Board of Directors. I didn't see Matt Fruman come in. Okay, so we'll go with these three for now, and then we'll call up the last two witnesses together. Mr. Wells, you go first.
Good morning. My name is Martin Wells. I'm a parent of 3 elementary school children. This is my 5th year testifying before council, mayor, whatever have you, but certainly not my 5th time testifying. I learned this weekend that Amadon Bowen Elementary School was established in 1882, making it one of the oldest elementary schools in the District of Columbia. In 1960, it moved to its present location, approximately 55 years ago. So next year, we're going to have a 135th anniversary celebration from when the school was established. For the past 5 years, Amadon Bowen Elementary, in its present location, has been under construction. And the good news is that during that 5 years, not one day of instruction was lost due to the construction process. So I compliment DGS on that. We had the roof replaced this summer. They're still finishing it. It looks really good. The windows were replaced 2 summers ago. We had our phase 1 about 4 years ago. And when phase 1 was started, we had 3 tranches in the budget for phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Phase 2 and phase 3 were wiped out of the budget. Now, to be fair, that money was redirected and advanced, and so we got the playground before normal phase 2. But one of our primary concerns is the noise in the cafeteria, which I've been before you many times. Not only is it a working hazard for the employees that work there, but it also just creates a disruptive environment. If you look at the children, they're sitting, eating their lunch, talking, having a nice time, but it sounds like all heck is breaking loose, which just generally isn't the case. Chairman Grasso, we talked about an elevator, I think, at the last hearing. We talked about maybe redirecting money from the ADA budget as opposed to the capital budget. I haven't heard any conversations on this. What I'd like to do is finish up the renovation at Amadon Bowen. We've got about 10 sports teams. We're attracting children from all over the city to participate in sports at Amadon Bowen. And we need to just get our gymnasium and locker rooms up and running. The locker rooms also provide an opportunity for children who don't have bathroom facilities, showers, this type of thing at the homeless shelter or wherever they're at to take a shower at school, okay? I'd like to talk about my disappointment with Jefferson Middle School. As a consumer of education, I have 3 children. I start the planning process for my middle school about 3 years out. I was planning on having Jefferson renovated in the summer of 2016, which benefits me personally because my children who want to go to a nice modern school were going around the city looking at middle schools and they're making their opinions. They're realizing, by the way, how good they have it at Amadon Bowen. And they want the same level of physical plant at their middle school. They go to Jefferson and they say, well, I'm not going to Jefferson. Well, why not? I don't want to go there. Okay, that's what they say. Well, I say, well, I'm the parent. You're going to go where I tell you. I think I got 2 more years of that line. But, the planning process for parents starts long out. And I want to see a commitment from the District of Columbia that they're concerned about middle schools. That's where I'm at in my stage now. I'd also like to talk about the optics of Duke Ellington. $180 million is a ridiculous amount of money. Now, maybe that's what it takes to get acoustically engineered rooms. Are we building Carnegie Hall South? Do we need pretty good? Or are we building for virtuosos? And are these virtuosos going out into the community and coming back and recontributing to Duke Ellington? Or are we just taking some pretty good musicians, pretty good artists, and putting them in a pretty good environment? I have no musical talent. I got kicked out of piano class in college for being tone deaf, so I can't argue about that. But an acoustically sound room didn't help my cause either, right? But I'd like to see our tax dollars spread a little bit more thinly to take out more schools that need help. I think KIPP built their new high school for $40 million. I think they floated a bond on Wall Street for $40 million, and they built a new high school. Now, I haven't been inside of it. I've driven past it, and it looks nice from the outside. But are we buying $1,000 hammers when we can get a $19.99 hammer from Frager's hardware store? I see my time is up. You have my written remarks. I appreciate your listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Mr. Jablow?
Hi, I am Valerie Jablow, a parent of 2 children in DCPS, one in 5th grade at Watkins Elementary, and the other a recent graduate of Stuart Hobson Middle School and current Walls student. I am also a creator of the local education blog, educationdc.net. I'm here to testify as a parent involved in the renovations of both Watkins and Stuart Hobson this past summer, as both offer examples of systematic problems in DGS's and DCPS's approach to renovations. Both DCPS and DGS promised that Stuart Hobson's interior would be done by October 2013. Obviously, that did not happen, as one summer 2015 item was replacing flooring installed in 2012 during the first summer blitz at Stuart Hobson. That failed 2012 flooring was installed on top of, instead of removing, the school's original asbestos-laden flooring. Who knows what time and money could have been saved had the best option, removing the original flooring, been done in 2012. Also in summer 2015, the Stuart Hobson Library was finally renovated, but DCPS has not provided books to fill its new shelves, as shown in this picture taken a few weeks ago. That same lovely-looking library also has poor climate control due to an inadequately ventilated computer server room and poorly functioning AC. Some library furniture was never delivered, and its office space lacks promised shelving. That's just the library. I do not have enough time here to list all items on the 3 Stuart Hobson punch lists I know about. Mine, a partial staff punch list, and DGS's. I've attached each to copies of my testimony here. Items on those lists range from the defective, building-wide rusting soap boxes, as shown in this picture from September, to the dangerous, non-working push bars on a pair of front doors, to the long-standing leakage on the west wall of the auditorium, to the inexplicable dirt floor in a storage area. Because of these long lists, I asked my council member, Charles Allen, to do a walkthrough before the interior work at Stuart Hobson was officially finished this calendar year to ensure that all items and all punch lists would be addressed before the current contractor left. He apparently was asked by DCPS to delay the visit. In the meantime, some items have waited years on punch lists, and there is the very real possibility that once the current work is deemed complete, everyone will walk away. Moreover, who is responsible for what has become contentious. DGS has repeatedly blamed Stuart Hobson staff or students for contractor errors. Although these items should be covered under contractor warranties, DGS has claimed that some, like those rusted soap boxes, are repairs and not covered by capital dollars. The unaccounted length of this renovation has also created problems such as malfunctioning smartboards, which are a direct result of consecutive summers of work that caused them to be moved to multiple places and left in areas with construction dust. So here are some 2015 take-homes for you. One, summer blitzes are an unreliable solution for comprehensive renovations with students in place. Unfinished summer business has put Stewart Hobson staff and students in active construction zones for years running with dust, noise, and gas leaks. Right now, DGS and DCPS are planning 2 summer blitzes in a row at Watkins starting in 2016, with no provision for an interim replacement for the cafeteria, its largest room, and a rec center, which is slated to be torn down and not replaced for an entire school year. And both DCPS and DGS refuse to consider swing space because of the costs involved, without considering the costs of not using swing space. 2, no one is ensuring that schools are finished properly and that school staff is able to maintain them. Warranty work is not adequately followed through in a timely manner. This has led to blame shifting and no resolution of problems at Stewart Hobson. 3, no one is doing proper post-occupancy evaluations. DGS has intimated that it discusses this internally, but that needs to be public for the sake of future renovations, like Watkins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jablow. Ms. Peggy Cooper, Kate Fritz.
Yes,
Good afternoon. Yep, you're up.
Okay. Let's see. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. The Duke Ellington School of the Arts rebuilding renovation seems to have become a hot potato, at least in these hearings. If not further. And it is really, really important to us that people understand the rebuilding of Duke Ellington. It is enormously more expensive to build an art school than it is to build a regular school. And yes, I do hope we are graduating virtuosos. I was in New York last Monday, and a young woman came up to me and said, Mrs. Cooper, Mrs. K. Fritz, she wasn't sure what to call me. My friends told me I should come up to you and tell you I graduated from Duke Ellington. And I said, well, certainly. And she said, I wanted to let you know that I am now president of arts education at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And we get those kinds of things all of the time. We set no limits for our students, and we teach them to move beyond. And thus we graduate Dave Chappelle's and Denise Graves and Lamont Ruckers and on and on and on. Many of our students come from situations in which they would never, ever, ever have the opportunities that we give them were it not for Ellington. Now, we have been begging for a building for Ellington for over 40 years. Our building has been closed down 1.5 times because of code violations. And when it was closed down, we couldn't even get the public school system to bring the building. This is the building in Georgetown. We couldn't even get the school system to bring the building up to code. We had to appeal to Georgetown University and George Washington University to help us move back in the building. Meanwhile, our entire school was foisted onto Hardy, where our kids spent most of the time either out of the school or in the auditorium at Hardy. It was pretty tragic. It also must be noted that it is costing more now to build schools than it did even just a couple of years ago. And that's something that DGS has warned us about and worried us about. Our students come from all across the city, so we're not just serving a neighborhood, even though some people in the neighborhood may think that we should. It really is a citywide school, and it was founded as that, and hopefully will remain that. Ellington is also going to be more expensive because we accommodate 2 programs, an academic program and an arts program. And because of the extensiveness of our curriculum, some of those programs operate concurrently. It is far more expensive to have a music classroom than it is to have an English classroom because of the equipment that it requires and because of the architectural sculpture it requires. Also, Ellington is in a building that was originally built in 1856. A portion of it is historically preserved. The Fine Arts Commission insists that we take care of the historic preservation. And we take care not to change it, and we take care to specifically shore it up where it is weak. And then that has to be integrated into our current architecture. A substantial part of Ellington is like that. Also, in the building that we were in, we did not have enough room for our students. We were having some classes in closets, as I'm sure other people who have worked in the school system know about. But it is really important that, that we expanded it, okay? We also see our building as the only place west of the river that's really a public center for the arts. And it's very important to know that. Secondly, we do not have enough money from the money that is given to us by the school system to operate our building. They are not able to entirely fulfill the contract that exists between us because of their own money woes. And so we have to be very creative. And one of the things that we do is, in a limited way, is rent out our spaces. And not just for student use, but for outsiders' use. Like if there's an overflow, even at the Kennedy Center, we rent out our space. In order to be attractive in doing that, in order to be able to compete with other spaces in town that rent themselves out, it is very important that we have state-of-the-art facilities. But if we don't have state-of-the-art facilities, our kids are not able to work in them and then be able to get jobs in other state-of-the-art facilities such as theater tech. And we have kids working, you know, all over town trying to learn things that they're not currently able to learn at Ellington, and we need to be able to perform that task ourselves. Our kids have been deprived for 40 years, and we need to give them what they deserve, and we as Washingtonians, I think, need to be able to look at ourselves and say, don't our kids deserve the best? Ellington is one of the schools that has brought great joy and great pride to the District of Columbia because of the achievement of our students, and I hope that we're able to continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry I went on for a bit.
That's all right. Thank you. I appreciate you all coming down and testifying. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Che, for a round of questions now.
Thank you very much. I do have some questions about Duke Ellington. I don't think anybody's going to contest that the building, you know, was definitely in need of repair and being redone, and that for years it's been in terrible shape. And when you talk about closures, I mean, my children went to Murch Elementary, and this is many years ago because they're quite grown now. The school was closed for some time for fire code violations, and there have been other instances of that, you know, around the district. No, so I do know. So this is not something that was peculiar to Ellington in terms of, you know, we used to just be in despair about the crumbling nature of the schools and the closures of the schools and so on because they weren't kept up. So we do appreciate what you're talking about, and it was more widespread than just that one school. But the reason why Duke Ellington keeps getting in this conversation is because of the ballooning cost in connection with, you know, redoing Duke Ellington, $180 million. And let me just ask you, first of all, do you have any reason to think that that $180 million is the ceiling?
Do I have any reason to believe?
That the $180 million is actually now the ceiling, or can that go higher?
I think that I think it could possibly go higher, especially because of the task of equipping the school once it's built.
Is the equipment part of the capital budget, or is that separate?
It's supposed to be part, from what I understand from the people at DGS, there's supposed to be a separate budget for that.
So
There's a separate $500,000 which each school has received for art installations.
Right.
But this is more basic than that. And I understand, now don't rely on me, but I understand that there's a budget for equipping the school.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because you had mentioned a number of items about why the school would cost so much, and one of them was that equipment issue. And so, but that's not part of the 180 million, right?
Well, there are two different kinds of equipment. One is that which has to be built in.
Right.
And that is considered part of the edifice. And it's that equipment that I'm talking about.
And
Okay? Like stages and sound equipment
Right.
and wiring and those things.
Can you tell me, in your role, as the head of the board of directors of Ellington, how did the budget numbers actually get worked out with the assistance of the board? Was the board involved in any way in crafting how much needed to be spent for this or that or the other thing?
The board was only involved to the extent of telling them our needs, and our needs came from the school system's education specifications. But no, it was DGS itself who was involved in coming up with the numbers and keeping up with the numbers as we have gone along. I understand that Kathy Patterson, at her own behest, is doing an audit of the construction, and that's something that the board has absolutely nothing to do with.
Okay, and that was actually the question that I had, or I was aiming at. You all provided a list of your needs. Was this in any hierarchy? Did you say, look, here are 6 things that we need absolutely. Here are 6 other things that would be really, really great, but, that could be modified. Here are 6 other things that, if we were really super lucky, we'd have these, but they're not needed. Did you give them in any priority so that DGS, when it was working with the budget, it could see, what might have to be attended to first, primarily, or maybe exclusively, and then go on to other things?
As a priority, we gave them acoustics.
But you did present your needs in that kind of an order.
We did not give them a list per se, but we met with them many times. There's the school, what is it called? There's one for every school.
The specs?
Yeah.
Oh, the SIT, okay.
Right. And that committee met with them many times and talked to them about that more than the board did. There were a couple of members of the board on the LSAT team, but that was the team that met with them the most. But of course, they were meeting with our faculty because our faculty knows more than anybody about what.
Now, and these conversations were primarily with DGS, not with DCPS, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, as DGS is going along.
Well, the education specifications came from DCPS.
Right.
And those were taken by DGS.
Right. But then sort of working through this, the conversations were with DGS, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, as DGS is going along and things are proving to be more expensive than perhaps had been anticipated, did they come back to you and say, as we look at this, can we, I think the word they use in this context is value engineer things a little bit here? So
yes.
Yes. So
I'm aware of that.
Okay. So did they come back to the board and say, because of the constraints of the budget, or because things are becoming more and more expensive, we have some ideas about value engineering? Did they ever come back and do that?
We had no idea that there was a value engineering study being done until it was done. The value engineers never met with the faculty, the administration, or the boards of the school. Never. And then after it was done and we saw it, we were quite upset because it made reductions to the budget without regard, in our opinion, to the quality of the school.
And so the 180 million after the value engineering overlay, is that in your opinion inadequate? Because you just said you were disappointed with the kinds of things that they were recommending.
I have not seen the latest numbers laid out from DGS, and I don't know, for example, if they reinstalled that's not the right word, but you know what I mean, if they reinstall the acoustics and so forth.
Okay, well, it sounds to me as if maybe the communication back and forth, certainly with DGS, but maybe DCPS should have been in on it all along too, may not have been ideal. In other words, I understand, I appreciate your position. You're going to ask for the things that you think the school needs and set them out, and then, you know, hope that that goes forward. But
I do know that DGS was meeting with the public school system all along. They were also meeting with us, but separately. Now, there was a gentleman whose name I forget who came to the LSAT meetings from the DC public school system, but most of the meetings about the cost were held separately between the two of us, and I think that that's just because everybody didn't have the time to meet all at once.
okay, thank you. I am out of time, and thank you for coming to testify. And I'm sorry, all of my questions were directed in one direction, but I wanted to pursue them, so I hope you'll understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to turn now to Councilmember Allen, but before we do, I just wanted to also recognize, which I should have done earlier, that we've been joined by Councilmembers McDuffie and Silverman. Councilmember McDuffie is a Ward 5 representative, and Councilmember Silverman is an at-large member, and we'll go in order after Councilmember Allen. We'll go to you guys for questions and opening. Councilmember Allen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, all three of you, for your testimonies today. Actually, I think there's a bit of a link with that last conversation, and actually, Mr. Wells, what you were talking about. Because I don't think anybody, or at least I haven't heard anybody argue and say we don't want to have an outstanding, excellent arts education opportunity. I don't hear anybody saying that we don't want to have a superb Duke Ellington. To me, the question is, and part of why the council looks at it is, why do we have an issue where costs have increased significantly, and what was the reason for it? Because at the end of the day, we've got to make a decision around the cost and budget. And as much as I want to have every virtuoso at Duke Ellington have an amazing arts experience, I also have a middle school where band equipment and musical equipment is stacked up in an old shower stall in a room that is not a functioning place for folks to be able to practice. So as we look, part of my job, I think, is to take the step back to look at the entirety of the system and say, how do we make sure we're investing in the right places? How do we have an outstanding and excellent Duke Ellington? And how do I also have a middle school, for example, that provides every kid there an opportunity to be able to succeed at a Duke Ellington? So, Mr. Wells, and then I'll come back to a couple of quick questions around Duke Ellington. We talked with Mr. Frischberg in the previous panel around kind of the lead time for planning. I know you, as well as many other people, are frustrated with the delay, including myself, the delay in the full modernization of Jefferson Middle School, for example. What do you see as some of the benefits, though, in laying out the funding over the next fiscal year or two, building towards that modernization? What do we gain from the school community, from the feeder pattern, to be able to map out what it's going to cost and how much it's going to cost and what is our vision, so that we don't end up in a situation, and Duke Ellington is not the only one, where we have seen an initial plan get tossed out and we start adding in additional money and additional money, and that's happened time and time again. Can you talk a little bit about, from your school community's perspective, what you see as some of the value in going through a pretty robust planning process on the front end?
Well, I'm not sure there is value unless it comes with a commitment. If it's a false promise, I've been down this road for the past probably 10 years with Jefferson. There's been false promises about renovating it. A couple times I can understand pushing back on it. So what good is a $3 million or $1 million planning process if, in fact, it never gets implemented? For whatever reason, the political winds change, or there's another priority school. Why, as a parent and a consumer of education, why am I to believe that the plan that's been rehashed is going to be implemented? That's what I'm looking for as a parent and a consumer of education.
Have we ever had $1 million put in for a planning process?
I believe this is the new experiment, right? I mean, this is it. You know, if you've listened to my testimony previously, I submitted a what could be architectural rendering from a preeminent architecture firm here in D.C. that did the work pro bono to get the conversation started, to provide a vision for people to look at Jefferson in a new way. You know, we've got a $1.5 billion waterfront that's under construction now, and you know, I've lived in this neighborhood for 15 years, so I've seen things happening. But you know, it's the dichotomy between Elliott Hine and Jefferson's on a transportation hub. You know, 10 bus lines, and LaFont Plaza is right there for all the metro lines, and it attracts people from all over the city. And then you have Elliott Hine, which arguably has a more sizable population of Ward 6 students that are within boundary there. So it's these competing interests, and it's not an easy solution. But if you spend all this time planning, I also want to know when it's going to be implemented too. And that's where I'm at with my family. We went to Washington Latin this past weekend or 2 weekends ago to look at that. My kids rejected that because they didn't like the way the building looked. You know, I took them past Basis, and they rejected that because they didn't like the way the building looked. I took them to Jefferson, and they didn't like that because they didn't like the way the building looked. I took them up to Hardy, and I said, oh, we like the way this building looks. Right now, it's all from the exterior. Now, they forgot what Amadon Bowen looked like 5 years ago. They're accustomed to a clean, vibrant facility with accoutrements, and we have a nice music program and one of the better elementary school teachers in the city and a gymnasium and all these things. And they're good levels. And just so you know, I went to Loyola University in New Orleans for both graduate school and law school, and they have a fantastic music program down there. But the facilities are good. They're not Carnegie Hall level. I went to Viterbo University, which produces opera singers who sing at the Met. And the facilities there are good, but they're not Carnegie level. And so why are we building and spending resources for high schoolers that they're not even going to be able to replicate it at the college level? Now, maybe they go to Juilliard.
Mr. Wells, let me try, because my time's going to run out here. Let me try to get back to what we were talking about, which is the middle school. And that is, what I think, from what I've heard from you and from many others, is that we've got to have confidence in when a modernization is going to take place. And the planning process to get there is part of what I see as helping build the confidence and giving people some certainty, but at the same time, having some realistic understanding of what we're actually seeking to build, how much it will cost, what that time frame can be. That at least is just as important, because I can put a number down on a spreadsheet and say, this is how much middle school costs. I don't know what I'm talking about. We've got to have the planning process that actually maps it out and gives us a really solid number. And that's what I believe we're trying to engage in, so that we have more honesty in the budgeting and honesty in the numbers, which then ultimately we're able to have greater sense of accountability, not just for ourselves, but for the process. And that's part of what we're getting at. Ms. Jablow, I did want to comment real fast, because I know you mentioned a walkthrough. I've walked through Stewart Hobson, I think, at least 3 times in the last few months. I'm happy to do it again. Not sure why you think somebody asked me not to go in, but happy to come back in. I think the field is even being laid today at Stewart Hobson. So
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I had asked for the walkthrough back, I think, in September, and I was told, I think the other week, that it was not happening at the request of the DCPS liaison to the council.
I walk through our schools all the time. I don't necessarily need to be
I
have my
think
hand
that
held
the-
by DCPS either, though. So it's really not an issue. So I'm happy to walk through it again and take a look.
The urgency that I felt, as opposed to, I guess, the liaison to from DCPS, is that once this interior is deemed finished by DGS, they are literally going to just walk away. And then we will have no way of going to anyone and saying, hey, can you just spend a little more money and make this right? It's not going to happen. So if it's not right now, it won't be right.
All right. I know my time's running up, but I'll let Ms. Cooper-Cafords have a chance.
No, I just wanted to make it clear that it's completely unfair to use Ellington as a whipping boy in these and other hearings, whereas it would cost, $800 million to rebuild a Carnegie Hall. It sounds like we're reaching to that. And just for people to be able to say things that are completely undocumented for you to hear and then perhaps take seriously really hurts our school and the extraordinary work that people have done without a raise for 7 years. I just want to say that.
No, I appreciate that. That's why I tried to redirect it a little bit,
you.
because it's not, I don't think we're trying to build Carnegie. But I do think our job and responsibility is trying to understand the process so that we have truth and accountability and what those numbers look like. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember McDuffie for opening and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, both Grasso and Che for holding this hearing. I don't have any questions of the panel, but I do want to just briefly give an opening statement, and because I can't stay the entire time, I will have staff here to monitor the proceedings. I just want to say that maintaining a modern, safe, and accessible school in each neighborhood is critically important to the success of our students and their families. These investments reflect our government's focus on the needs of the next generation and the priority we place on education. That's why I've supported our investment in school modernization in the past. That's also why I appreciate the work both the Committee on Education as well as Councilmember Che's committee as they've attempted to bring some rationality to our DCPS capital budget and our Department of General Services. Unfortunately, when school investments are not made evenly across the city or when renovations are not equally thorough in each ward, it sends a signal that some neighborhoods are more important to us than others. When the capital plan changes every year and we don't keep our commitments, our families can lose trust in the system. And when critical needs in some schools are not met year after year while other projects advance, parents get justifiably angry. Just as a new school can attract people and investments to a neighborhood, crumbling, failing schools push people away, either forcing families out of DCPS altogether or even out of the district. Last year, as the chair of the Committee on Government Operations, I had the opportunity to tour a number of renovated schools around the city. What I noticed was that a phase 1 or phase 2 modernization didn't always mean the same thing for some schools in wards 5, 7, 8, and even 6, as it did for schools in other areas. The scope of the renovation and the quality of the construction at schools has differed noticeably in the past. Parents in some schools have also been able to push for better amenities, for additional space, getting help from either the mayor or the council, while other parents haven't been able to get that sort of help. Even with the Committee on Education's effort to set up a tool for prioritizing renovations, it seems like there are still inequalities. My ward, for instance, is scheduled to receive less than 2% of the DCPS capital dollars in the 6-year plan. Ward 8 is scheduled to receive less than 4%. Meanwhile, Ward 4 is getting over 22%. There are substantial needs in Ward 5 that are not being met at Langley, Langdon, Burroughs, and a number of other schools. The one Ward 5 school that is in the plan, that's Brown Education Campus, it's been pushed back to fiscal year 2019. I want to be clear that I'm not suggesting that schools should be funded based on which ward they sit in, and I definitely don't want a system where capital dollars are spent based on the political pool of neighborhood residents. But if we're going to make these decisions based on calculated need, we need to make sure we stick to a plan that accurately reflects the real needs of our schools. For one, we need to carefully consider our estimates of the current condition of school facilities to ensure that they are accurate and precise. We also need to think about how we consider the current buildings' utilization and enrollment growth. If we fail to renovate schools because they are not currently full of students, we can end up with a death spiral. Fewer and fewer parents will send their kids to a school as we let its conditions get progressively worse. That's a recipe for school failure. Finally, I just want to speak for a moment about the consequences of our decisions. We need to recognize that the condition of a neighborhood school does not affect all of our families the same. Just like all families are not equally capable of lobbying their elected officials, all families do not have the same capacity for school choice when they have concerns about their neighborhood school. Because of this, if we let our neighborhood schools decline, many families might choose to leave. But there will be families that are left behind, and those families will often have the highest needs. That's why it's so important to ensure that we make funding decisions well and exercise strong oversight of the school modernization process. We still have work to do to ensure that whichever public school a child attends, they will receive a high-quality education in a modern, safe, accessible facility. And again, I want to thank both Councilmember Grasso and Che for their efforts in making sure that we try to achieve that goal. And I can't stay again the entire hearing, but I will have a staff member here to monitor the process. So thank you both for having this hearing and my colleagues who are here today.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Silverman.
Well, thank you so much, Education Chairman Grasso, and I as well want to thank you and Councilmember Che, head of the Transportation and Environment Committee, for holding this hearing. So I am not a member of either committee. But in the 10 months that I've been on the council, I have become intensely interested in how we do contracting, and we don't do it well. I want to associate myself not only with the comments of my Ward 5 colleague who just spoke, but also my Ward 6 colleague, my Councilmember Allen, because the issue is that we do have limited resources and we have to make choices. I'm here because a few months ago we all heard from the DC Auditor and numerous public witnesses, some of whom are reappearing here today, about serious problems with our school modernization program. And, you know, while the buildings, it's truly important, Mr. Wells, I agree with you that buildings it's important to have proper learning environments, and what the message we send to children through what the buildings look like is very important. The modernization process has failed to comply with the law and has been marked by a lack of transparency and accountability. You know, sound planning principles have just been thrown out the window, oversight has been lacking, and cost overruns and delays have been the norm. And it's just not acceptable. You know, I want to thank you, Mr. Wells. I want to thank Ms. Jablow and Mr. Frischberg and other parents for coming today and testifying. I'm not sure how long I can stay. I'm also being frozen out here by our air conditioning system at this seat. But I look forward to hearing from the executive today how they plan to address these problems in an appropriate, transparent, legally sufficient capital improvement plan for next year's budget, and how DGS has improved contract oversight and community engagement. And I want to ask our two parents at the table in a moment about that. You know, the school modernization program is an enormous part of our capital budget, and that's what we're getting at, Ms. Cooper-K-Fritz, is that we do have to make choices. You know, and it does touch the lives of tens of thousands of DCPS students every day. So I do, again, want to thank you, Mr. Grasso, and you, Ms. Che, for keeping our focus on this. I do have a few questions, actually. First of all, since we had that hearing, I think it was like in July or something, Mr. Wells and Ms. Jablow, has there been more community engagement of parents with DGS on your modernization plans? Have you noticed any difference?
No, I haven't noticed a difference, but I have a good working relationship with DGS. I also recognize that not many schools have my drive and ambition to forge that relationship with DGS. So unless you have a parent like myself who's willing to reach out and form a relationship with the point of contact and have permission of the principal too, that's kind of how I do it, and it's turned into a full-time job for me.
And that is, in fact, how contact was made for the Stewart Hobson renovation. For much of it was just this personal contact with DGS. the downside of that, and it's a really large one, is that you don't have then a real public process. It becomes, process between individuals, and it's great, it can be as productive as you want it to be, but it's not a public process. And we shouldn't pretend that it is a public process. And in fact, the Watkins SIT meetings were, just really very problematic because they started out as being sort of these meetings that would be reported after the fact, but not open to the public. And then a number of us complained about it, and then they said, okay, you can sit in on it, but you're not allowed to talk. So that's not a public process. And that, has gone through the summer. I don't even know when the next public meeting will be for the Watkins renovation. And they said, well, it's going to be sometime in November, and that was the last I heard.
Well, let me just say this. As I said, I'm not a member of, unfortunately, the relevant committees here, but I do extend my offer to work with you, and I know Councilmember Allen, who represents the wards in which these schools are in, is working very hard on schools issues, and I'm happy to work with his office some more if I can be helpful. Now, let me ask just one question about Ellington. So I'm about moving forward. I parachuted in here 10 months ago, and decisions were made about Ellington. I think the scope has increased, Ms. Kafritz. But let me ask, given the amount of investment we're making in Ellington, I think there's this, what we're really hearing about is about resource allocation, that it seems about resource allocation.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mr. Allen spoke to this earlier, that we have some schools where they don't even have working practice band equipment, and then Ellington, and you can make all kinds of arguments about this, how the investment we're making compares with other performing arts schools. But is there a way to make the investment we're making in Ellington work for other students who aren't at Ellington? Like, for example, just one moment, I think there's an overcrowding issue at Wilson. So is there a way to use some of the space at Ellington to help relieve that? Or is there a way to have other students who don't have the privilege of going to Ellington to be able to benefit in terms of arts programming?
Okay.
Can we think about that?
As far as Wilson is concerned, I don't see that happening on a broad basis, but it's possible. If there was overcrowding in the afternoon in an academic classroom at Ellington, that they could, at Wilson, that they could come to Ellington. I think we'd have to look at it very seriously. And that's a pretty big hike. But, it's not something that I would completely cast away. Now, about using Ellington for other students, I think that's something that we've been trying to do for years. During the summer, we have free intensives for kids who might be trying to get into Ellington, and mostly it's for kids from across the river. It makes a big difference in, whether they can get in or not, and they work and work and work. But in addition to that, we are now we have something called a shepherding program. Because we have so many kids from Ward 8, but not solely from Ward 8, who have problems. Our shepherding program, follows them and helps them through their problems, whether it's finding shelter or whatever. But what we're trying to do now is, and have been doing, but really trying to do now, is recruit more boys from east of the river, particularly Ward 8. And that is an absolute commitment from everybody in the school, and we think that's really important. And if there are more ideas or any specific ideas about that, we're 1,000% open to them.
Well, I think that sounds very good and gets to a point I think my Ward 5 colleague was getting at earlier. I'm a little out of my area of expertise here. As I said, contracting is what my major interest is here. But given the investment we're making in Ellington, I feel like we should make that the DCPS Center for the Arts or something like that, in that everyone should be able to benefit from these outstanding facilities. Because I've been at events at other schools where they, have very the less modern equipment, and I think it sends a message to our students when they, when I'm at, I won't name the school, but they can't even get the sound system to work properly in the auditorium, and Ellington's going to have this major investment. Oh, my apologies, Mr. They didn't put a clock right near me. My apologies, Mr. Grasso. Thank you.
Can I say one thing very quickly? In the current situation we're in, and that we were in before we went into these split schools, which is horrendous, we had to do a little opera that one of our faculty members did at Dunbar because we did not have the equipment to do it at Ellington. So, but we love to have other people in our spaces so that they get large percentage use.
Thank you. I appreciate this conversation because it's good to have you here. We've heard a lot about this. In fact, during the budget process last year, there was a lot of discussion in the committee on what was happening with the escalating prices at Ellington. And the mayor's folks had actually put in a lot more money for this year. And I think that goes back to, other people's conversation around, are we doing the right planning? Who's really thinking through this? Councilmember Che was talking about this. What is the real number here, and how do we get to that real number? And I think we're going to hear more from DCPS and DGS on how they're going to perfect this, and the committee's going to keep having hearings on this to understand it. Let's say that Ellington was going to cost $180 million to start with. Well, would we feel differently today than the fact that it was started at a much lower number and then escalated over the years? We might be willing to invest a lot of money into a program like this. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that the cost drivers on a project like this, I think, are not always transparent. So when we cut money, and I cut money in the committee markup of this project, almost $10 million. I think what happened, though, was it forced a more transparent conversation about what was actually going to happen if we cut that money. So we heard about programs that were going to be compromised. We heard about other parts of the entire project that might be compromised. And, ultimately we learned about things like the historic preservation of the building, how incredibly expensive that is, how there was a need or desire to have parking on the site that wasn't there previously that had to be accommodated. That was an addition. This is not a simple project. None of these projects are. If we go towards another school that may be a smaller school that's an elementary or middle school, sometimes it's a little bit more simple to see and to build it out, and then it doesn't cost as much. So in my opinion, it's a kind of couple of questions bundled into one. Are we doing good planning? Are we being transparent about it is one question. We have not done that well in the past. And then the other question is, do we want to support a state-of-the-art, amazing, arts school in the District of Columbia? And I think that's already been asked and answered. I think we want to support that. I think everyone would say that that's important. And every time that we stand up and say how proud we are that there are DCPS graduates who are off leading this country and leading the world in the arts, it's just something that we want to look back on. I had one staff who didn't grow up in this area who told me that they knew about it when they were in their high school, knew about Ellington and what was going on at Ellington. That's a plus for the District of Columbia. That's a positive thing. And so I'll say it on the record right now, I'm willing to spend a whole lot of money to make a really nice program at the Ellington School. And I hope that we can use the facilities for lots of different projects and programs and bring people there, and that it gets used a lot. And I think it should be where it is, and that we should get that done as quickly as possible. But I'm also willing to spend a whole lot more money on every other school in this city, too, to make sure that they get renovated on time and quickly and with lots of transparency. And really the problem was that we had a budget last year that was way cut, that we had way less money than had been previously invested in capital programming for schools. I'm hoping that we're going to move forward in this budget process with more money in the capital plan so that we can actually do what needs to be done to make sure that every child has a state-of-the-art classroom to learn in. And, some of these things, we went over to River Terrace where there's a new school at River Terrace. There's specialty programming there too, because this is for special needs students. They have the auditory programs in the classroom that, you wouldn't even know existed unless you visited. And I think that's another lesson here. We know what the cost of that is. It's not as cheap as a regular classroom. So you have to talk about that from a different angle. And lastly, I'll just note, if anyone thinks that we shouldn't hurry up and get this done, you should go visit Garnett Patterson. I've been to Myers and Garnett Patterson. We were there, and there was a drum class being taught in the hallway when we were there, which was, kind of disruptive, but, it's part of the whole program, so people, I guess, are used to it. And then we were in the ballet class, and it was like a sauna in there. And I don't know how those kids were doing what they were doing, but it was also pretty remarkable what they were doing and rehearsing for what they had to do in the next couple months. And the work that they're doing gets them scholarships to schools, gets them future that they didn't maybe have otherwise other than Ellington. So the arts is important in the city, and Ellington is the leader in that effort. So we're going to keep pushing it forward. Even though I know that the horses already left the barn, we may have to do more. And I'm going to be there as the chair of this committee to try to do it so that we have a state-of-the-art program at Ellington. I don't have any questions. Thank you all very much. Okay, now we're going to hear from our last panel of public witnesses. Mary Filardo, Executive Director of the 21st Century School Fund. Nancy Huvendick, Program Director, 21st Century School Fund. And I think I saw Matt Fruman came in. Hey, Matt. Do we want to, maybe we'll have Matt Fruman go first, and then you two can kind of follow one another since you're both with the 21st Century School Fund. Matt, please, after you.
Great, thank you very much. I think some of my testimony after the last thing you said might, I hope that I can get a hearing for it. I want to talk about Ellington. I've spoken about Ellington a fair bit. I think everyone here, I for sure really want to see an excellent arts magnet program, and Peggy Coover-Kafritz has done an enormous amount over the years to make that program great. Hats off to her. The question now, there's two questions. One is, does what we're doing make sense? And the second question, and a harder one, I think, is there anything we can do about it? And on whether it makes sense, it's more than just one issue of the escalating costs. I mean, for a long time, there's been a question about the location of Ellington. And when Peggy Cooper-Kafritz says we want to really reach out to boys in Ward 8 to get them into our program, to get to Burleith from Ward 8, that's a trek. Does that really make sense as a place to be for this program? The second, and it goes to, I think, Councilmember Silverman raised it, is given the overcrowding at Wilson and the likelihood of ongoing overcrowding at Wilson, does it make sense to head off at the pass a place where you could address that issue? And many of us have said for an awful long time that it doesn't, that there are other places that could make more sense. In the meantime, the cost has gone from $80 million to $180 million, and part of what we're hearing today is it could go higher still. And I think if 4 years ago people came to the council and said it'll cost us $180 million to do Ellington where it is, I think the council would have given a lot of pause on that question and would have looked for other solutions for the Ellington challenge that could still have left Ellington as a magnificent place to be. It didn't roll out that way. It rolled out differently where for years it's been that the train has left the station, but the price tag has gone up and up and up. So now, what do we do? Because now where we are is, I think we're going to have Ellington in the wrong place. I think you're going to find yourself in a couple of years dealing with Wilson overcrowding, perhaps having to spend more money to put an addition at Wilson, or truncating the borders at Wilson in a way that the city was unwilling to there was an enormous amount of pushback on, and it didn't happen before. If it has to happen in the future, I think that'll be a real challenge. So what do we do? And where we are right now, And I'm really glad to see this discussion, and people will have different views, and I hope that you will press the DGS and the DCPS people to talk about it, is at least take a deep breath. Look at our options. See if there's something that we can do where we can make this a more cost-effective thing, because where we're at, there's trade-offs. Ellington spends $180 million. Lots of places have to wait. So I encourage you, look at creative options for things it could do. I think Councilmember Silverman, when she says, is there a way that the space at Ellington can be used to address the Wilson overcrowding issue? Explore those kinds of things so we can pull a rabbit out of a hat on this thing and in the end have it make sense. Because 2 years from now, when it opens, we might have all kinds of problems at Wilson. We might still be stuck having to wait for a long time for other schools to happen. Now it's late, but it's still time to be thinking about solutions.
Thank you. Who wants to go first? Okay. Ms. Filardo.
Is that on? Yep. Good morning. I'm Mary Filardo, the Executive Director of the 21st Century School Fund. 21st Century School Fund started in 1994 with the mission to build the public will and the public capacity, which is really what we're talking about now, to modernize DC's public school facilities. And not just to take care of the buildings, but to make sure that the education is of sound quality and that they contribute to community revitalization. Since our beginnings, we have worked both locally and nationally on educational facilities planning, policy, budgeting, and management. I think, as others have said, but I think it's important to note, we've come a long way since the 1990s. At that time, I was telling some of the young people in my family and others that we had, some great teachers, some good teachers, some fair teachers, some poor teachers. We had some principals that were fabulous to below standard, but we actually had no buildings in excellent condition and in modern condition in the 1990s. There were many that were intelligently sited and well designed, but they were not in good condition. And we heard about the closings, et cetera. In 1993, there was a 3DI assessment that said we had $563 million of deferred maintenance. In today's dollars, that would be $1.1 billion of deferred maintenance. So I think part of what you have to look at when you look at my chart on how much money we've actually spent, Councilmember Che, which is not $2 billion, but is closer to $5 billion when you include the facility allowance for the charters as well as the capital investment for the DC public schools, that we really were deeply in the hole. So that's important. But fortunately, and really to a large part, that's the council, at the insistence of the public, that has been willing to fund, and we hear still, a commitment to funding our K-12 infrastructure. One of the things that, and you'll see in the chart, and this was one that we had done, a number of years ago, so your budget for FY 11 to 16 is it's already budget authority, and you're already adding to that. But you've got close to $4 billion on K-12 from DCPS, close to $1 billion on the charter allowance, and for a total, that's where you get to the $5 billion. And but in this process, the district, because of the problems that you're hearing about planning, has really lost tremendous opportunities to both improve education and to do some neighborhood development. And this has been done because we've neglected some of the technical due diligence required for adequate capital plans and projects, and by neglecting the public engagement required to address the difficult educational and neighborhood aspirations and concern. But I think we might be on the cusp, finally, of really putting a system in place, and I actually want to make sure that people don't think that it's too late. One of the things that we're doing nationally is looking at what states should be spending going into the future on maintaining capital assets. And when I look at it for the District of Columbia, we're talking about at least $350 to $400 million a year on capital and kind of major maintenance issues. So it's not that this planning that you're working on now is sort of like, well, the horse left the barn and it's not going to bring value to the city. It's really important. And And part of what I want to do now is just go very briefly through some of the examples, and you've heard from a number of folks. On Ellington, the issue is not actually so much $180 million for Performing Arts High School. I think that's probably in line. And I suspect they could have gotten better value if there had been a process to look at the school siting. That is a very expensive location and site and project. But there is not actually a process to do school siting in the District of Columbia in an open way. That's partly why, even across sector, the city has just paid for Paul to open a high school in the same vicinity as Coolidge, which is on the modernization program. So we don't have a school siting policy or process, and that is a major problem. We don't have a proper scoping and enrollment process. So for example, Merchant Lafayette, they are being planned for 700 to 800 students each. These are enormous elementary schools. They're located in relatively stable neighborhoods. They are likely to be underutilized because those kids are going to be marching through the system. And there's really not been the enrollment analysis and studies that look at how that should happen. Round Brown is another example right now. Nancy's provided us with some documentation on that. Stanton is another planning example. Got 600 kids in it, but it has less play space per student than Ross Elementary, which is on a postage stamp in Ward 2. I'm going to stop here. There are issues in every ward. All of them stem from inadequate capital and project planning, entering into school building design ahead of program and project planning, a failure to engage teachers, parents, and the public in defining the problems and designing the remedies, and then procurement, design, and construction processes that are going forward without regard to equity and cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Huvendick?
Thank you. My name is Nancy Huvendick. I'm DC Program Director for the 21st Century School Fund. The budget deliberations saw healthy sunshine last year, with much more discussion by the council about school modernization projects, and it was easier and faster to get to the mayor's proposed CIP for school facilities because it was available on the committee chair's website. It was easier for affected communities to find their modernization allotments and see where they fit in the next 6 years. We hope this happens again, and with even more deliberate, inclusive, and an open process. This roundtable helps, and I thank you for the opportunity. With a really proper capital budget process, most projects should remain reasonably steady as to budget scope and schedule, so communities can rely on their status in the modernization queue. To a large extent, our failure to adequately manage capital planning and prioritize projects is why the CIP presents such an annual conundrum. Without a process, capital planning happens without solid information during the crunch time for the budget. It's particularly difficult for community in a truncated process, which is a critical loss. When we institute a solid capital budget process, the city has to approach every CIP with heightened scrutiny, along with good public access as to much readily available clear data and community processes as can be provided. Just as DCPS posts operating budgets for individual schools, individual school capital budgets should be owned by DCPS and available publicly on its website, with timeliness being critical in this budget season. So there are a few recommendations. I think it would be wise to urge DCPS and DGS to outline a pilot process to get to future CIPs that more carefully scope the projects, includes feasibility studies where necessary, and provides more complete plans for each project with fuller justifications, so the proposed CIP has the information the agencies and the council needs. I think it would be wise to urge the Chancellor and the Mayor to hold additional public discussions on DCPS capital projects in the coming months to inform the process. The Chancellor's budget hearing next week isn't enough to deal with both capital and operating. I think that the individual school capital budgets should be on the DCPS websites in a similar way to the way the operating budgets are. And there's a list of ways this could happen, but it's important that they post the mayor's proposed budget. It's important that they inform principals and LSITs and parent associations of their school's status on the mayor's capital CIP. I would urge DCPS to organize a workshop for schools with projects in the CIP to clarify the capital budget, and the construction process, and answer questions about any particular school.
And I would urge DCPS to keep a portion of the annual the DCPS portion of the annual CIP in the final version on its website as a history. And all of this is important because the public needs to be actively involved in planning, because ultimately this will improve education and add to neighborhood revitalization. DCPS is in the process of taking over the SIT teams from DGS. This should be a good move as a whole. It should be with the agency that uses the schools rather than with the agency that builds the schools. Planning requires an active discussion between school communities for both program planning and building design, and this is the place for active planning with the SIT teams, with the community. The active input is critically important from the beginning. It is different from, but as critical as communication between DCPS and the design team. Doing this requires time and staff and a lot of community dialogue. It is in DCPS's interest to open all meetings to the public and have regular and frequent, maybe monthly meetings, because SIT meetings and community meetings are the only venue where individuals other than DCPS staff and school administrators have a forum that includes direct discussion in public with the design team and the builders. This access is crucial to the success of each project. Projects that move forward with substantial community support from the beginning profit from this active civic activity and are better poised to flourish. They demonstrate neighborhood support at the beginning. By reaching out to and involving the communities where there is less active participation at the start, DCPS can foster substantial gains in community involvement, which they should see translated into student outcomes. Please see the community recommendations for the SIT process that is attached. DCPS's responses are posted on their website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Mary Che, for questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Grasso. Mr. Fruman, there had been talk for some years about maybe the site for Duke Ellington should have been some other site, more centrally located or what have you, and that we should have taken care of the issue about Wilson High School by maintaining Eastern High School as Eastern High School. Did you have a view about that?
Well, yeah, I think the best solution would have been to do something like that. When you think about the site of the Shaw Middle School or by Cardozo where Meyer Elementary is, people talked about at co-location at Roosevelt, all on a metro line, all on the green line that would make it easier for people from the other side of the river to get to those sites. I think putting it in the arts district, in effect, would have made a ton of sense. Now, that idea, at an earlier time, I think it was Michelle Rhee who talked about trying to locate it somewhere near Union Station, which also has accessibility issues.
Right, but basically that ship has sailed, and now we're trying to figure out, a la the suggestion of Councilmember Silverman about how we might utilize Duke Ellington for Wilson projects or overcrowding or something like that. Is that your assessment too, that plan or that idea rather is really something that's been overcome by events?
Well, I think that it is still worth the council, others taking a step back and thinking about whether or not we should pursue that. Where we are right now is we've done all the demo at the Duke Ellington site, but we have not started spending the vast bulk of the money. I think the answer to that is likely to be no, that ship has sailed. That's where the second piece comes in, which is, all right, maybe we didn't do this in the place that we should have. If we had known that the price was going to be what it was going to be, maybe we wouldn't have gone down that path, but here we are now. How do we make the best of this situation? And that's where capacity issues that might be useful to deal with overcrowding at Wilson, we need to look at those options.
Okay. And then I also wanted to talk to Ms. Filardo and Ms. Huvendick about the council and its prescribing procedures. If we were to put things in place for procedures about, once a school is selected and how it engages with the community and what kind of representation should be on a sit, or any of those things. Do you have a notion that that should be done by the legislature to actually be prescriptive about all those things?
What I think is that you now are voting, sorry. What I think is that you now are voting on a capital budget and you guys don't know what you're voting on. So I would argue that you need to be sure that when a project gets on the capital budget, that you have a level of confidence that some due diligence has been done and that you are not just voting on a twinkle in somebody's eye. So to me is a threshold piece of what gets to be on that budget line item that becomes law, basically, and you're voting on it. So if I were you, I would say, before a project shows up, show me a real justification for it. You have them in the budget book, but everybody knows they're sort of boilerplate made up, right? You have a schedule in the budget book. Where's the backup schedule that really goes with that schedule? I mean, you don't have the budget estimates for the budgets that are really based on, I mean, it's real work. It takes money to get a good scope and estimate and plan. So if I were you, now whether or not you have to put it in code or not, or whether or not you just say, where's the backup for each of these projects in the budget? And if it's not there, it goes off the capital budget.
Right, or we could say that if something is put there, that it shall be preceded by the following: scope, the planning, et cetera, made available to the council. Now, after something is underway, in terms of DGS, which my committee has oversight over DGS, I'm very concerned, and we're going to talk about this, about how we go forward with the actual building, making sure we have the right quality of materials, make sure it's being done right, make sure somebody's actually putting in invoices for things that have been actually done, making sure that, there's true oversight. We have this entity that's supposed to engage in oversight over all the subcontractors. And based upon the auditor's report in the past, maybe things are much better now, we'll see. There's no basis for confidence in that. And so we don't know whether we're getting our true money's worth. We don't know whether what we have, makes sense in terms of what we thought we were going to get. Have you given any thought to that part of the process? After we're identifying a school, after we justify why and the amount and so on, now we're underway, and how we can best oversee that, this whole idea about this intermediate entity, and then, who's watching them? Have you had a chance to give that any thought?
Yes, I mean, we've looked at what are the basic elements of a well-managed capital program, which is what you're asking about, and we look at it for here, and we've looked at it statewide and nationally in other states. So, there are 6 basic elements to it. You have to have good information. I would argue that we still are struggling with what was spent, where was it spent, what was it spent for. So good information is a key element to it. So you'd be looking for your information systems. The second thing is your planning processes, obviously, and there's master plans, there's capital plans, and there's site-specific plans that are different. And one of the things that you want to make sure of, and this is again where the issue of Ellington just becomes an example, it's not the only one, but where if it's only looked at project-specific, you lose some of the benefits of the broader planning processes. But so planning is really critical. Then your decision-making policies and procedures, the district doesn't have very well-developed policies and procedures around decision-making on its capital plan process. You don't have to, the Board of Education, quite honestly, had more. They voted on the educational specifications before they went forward into design. Then they voted on the design before it went into construction. What they didn't have is some of the tools to move the construction as quickly as DGS and OPFM had, but that was, they actually had processes there to approve what went forward. And then, so your decision-making processes on that and on your procurement. You have a design-build process, which is a notoriously expensive way to manage risk and cost.
If I could just interrupt you there,
Yeah.
don't you think that perhaps part of the root of some of this problem occurred when we wanted to move the board out of the business and Mayor Fenty wanted to go forward full steam ahead and wanted to get Al and Lou and just find these schools, go build them, and it was the blitz, didn't we plant the seed of what we're now growing by that whole effort? Because you've been watching this for a long time.
Yes, although I have to say, under the control board, it was just as horrendous. So I'm really not going to.
No, we can spread the blame around.
We can blame a lot. So
Yeah.
and the truth is, part of what's been an advantage of traveling is, it's not very good in Chicago. It's not very good in Los Angeles. It's not very good in Cleveland. This world of K-12 infrastructure, education planning, design and construction is kind of underserved. We have the opportunity to get it right in a way that some of the other places haven't. But
And excuse me, I realize I'm over my time. If you would just indulge me, if you could finish your list. I did interrupt you, I'm sorry.
So your decision-making and then the program management is obviously critical.
Right.
We have one system of program management here, which you guys will talk about later. And then stable funding. It's actually really important that you not have, peaks and valleys of capital funding, but it's better to have less but stable than windfalls. And then the final thing is not only the proper external oversight, but making sure that in your oversight capacity, you are seeing that there are internal controls in your agencies who are responsible for delivering this. So
And then if you'll indulge me just one more. In all of your travels, have you seen any school system building programs that you think are exemplary? No, no.
They are far and few between. There's some that do it better than others, and in fact, some of the...
Like which ones would be, not necessarily models, but ones to look to and say, wow, they got it pretty good?
I mean, years ago, Montgomery County,
Mm-hmm.
some of our Montgomery County, Fairfax County have had, partly because they had stable, consistent programs over many, many years where they built internal capacity.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to note on this topic while we're on it is that I think the blitz was something that was useful, right? I mean, we got a bunch of buildings renovated in the District of Columbia that that weren't happening before that. So that work that was done by OPFM and DGS was something that was necessary. If we go and do your 6 points and elements, I think there's value in that too. And I think that we can't say that, well, just because that worked to get some stuff done. That literally was an emergency situation that we had to get some stuff done. But to have good process and good planning and all that, we have to maybe slow things down a little. I think that's the risk that we take. It's not less money. It's not a less investment or desire, but just simply trying to get something done takes time. If you want to do it right, it takes a lot more time. And that's the thing that I think I'm not sure the public is aware of or prepared for as you've gone through all these buildings and seen them get done so fast that if we were to now say, well, the council doesn't want to just have a little marker in the budget when we approve something. We actually want to see the planning and we want to know what it's going to cost and what's going to be spent on this and then be able to be held to that. That's going to take a couple years of planning, a couple years of budgeting, and then not really the timing then is really what pushes it out in the downstream. The downstream from that, like right now, you can get a political hit. You can actually get a political check mark that you did something if you just put in a couple $1 million for a plan, for a project. And so right now, what happens is you get 20 or 30 projects in the 6-year plan just to get that political check mark. And what would be smarter, I think, government-wise, would be to say, well, here's our schools that we need to get these done. That list never ends in my mind, right? It doesn't. It's not like we're going to just all of a sudden not have a list because it's going to be done, but you are going to slow things down compared to what we've been doing significantly if we do it right, which I think is a different approach.
Except I think you have to be careful because that's essentially what we've been threatened with. If we engage the public, if we do our due diligence, you're going to slow us down. That has been sort of to me, the blackmail of it. It's not really true. You just, the consultants, the agencies, they have to start. They have to start earlier. It's not that it slows it down. They really can do these processes. You can do them and still do projects in
No, but
a
you
timely
can't do
way.
it. You can't get the right number in the budget doing it that way. You just simply can't. And these summer projects are ridiculous. We can't continue to do that. And then I said we should do phasing still because I thought that was appropriate, and that doesn't even look like we can get an accurate number if we do it that way. So I'm looking for an accurate number. I really want an accurate number because I really hate voting on things that I don't think are absolutely honest and true. And I'm looking for then follow-through on that. I can't hold somebody accountable if they didn't give me the right number to start with. And so I think what that does is, and we're going to ask them about this, and we're going to talk about it today, but I think that puts us in a different paradigm entirely. And I hate to use the word slow down, but we're going to do fewer schools in a year, right? I mean, you wouldn't.
You've got to start them earlier. What difference does it make? If you've got all kinds of
But the difference is that
projects
today, I'm in a reality that there's been 6, 8, 10 years of really fast projects happening. And, you know, just since I've been closely paying attention to this, since I've been on the council, there's been 2.5 high schools built in that time period. That's remarkable. That's really fast. Now,
not that impressive. I mean, in terms of when you think about a year for design, a year for, a year and a half for construction, a year for planning. I mean, it isn't, I think our standards have been kind of low.
but those numbers weren't accurate up front, is my point. I mean, they weren't accurate. I mean, every high school's been out of whack in that regard.
Absolutely true.
And so it wasn't, it's not a big deal. Once you have the money, I think you could do it in 2 years, 3 years, but the whole process is what's going to take longer, not just the construction. So the fact that the council would have to do the right job of reviewing it, the mayor would have to send down the right plan, and then we have to stick with that when we get it. It takes all that planning up front. So I think that's a challenge. I'm not afraid of that. I think it's the right thing to do, and we have to do it. But I think people need to take a look at it and I think work with the executive branch to see where we can get to where it's actually more honest up front. And that was the frustration I've had, especially since I became the chairman. And ultimately, we need to look, because the code itself calls for the 6-year plan, right? So if we want to continue to put stuff into the code, that makes it even harder on the executive branch to get it done, right? And the 6-year plan, is it the right thing or not? I don't know. We have to revisit it. We have to think about it. What does that mean? You do a 6-year, 8-year, 10-year plan, all you're doing is literally getting that check mark because you said you're going to put a little money there. How many times did we make false promises? I mean, people have testified to that, where you say, oh, we're going to do this in 6 years. Well, 6 years is outside of anybody's reelection time frame, right? So that's pretty easy to, in any case, I could go on and on about this. I don't want to. Well, actually, I do, actually. At first I thought that I didn't really want to get involved in this, and then I started talking about food contracts. So now I definitely want to be involved in capital improvement discussions, because they're way more interesting to me than the food contract. But in any case, I'm going to pass this on. Sorry, Mary Che. Food contracts aren't interesting, but shouldn't take up as much time as they do. This, on the other hand, I think is even more interesting because it's so much money on an annual basis, and people haven't even begun to breach what I think we're going to have to invest for the long term on this stuff on an annual basis. I think you're spot on about that we have to do the right thing by the maintenance. We have to do the right thing by continuing to modernize, just because modernize is kind of a false word, because it's just make it right for the kids that are in that classroom. Councilmember Allen, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's uplifting. I appreciate it. What I've heard, at least from both the chairs here, are a real focus on the back end, on the accountability, ensuring the dollars are well spent, and that we're planning and making sure that we've got the dollars and the uses outlined in the right way. I think that both have got to be a part of the conversation, and I do think we are better today than where we were a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, it felt like we were just saying, let's just go kind of funnel some money towards these projects. And, I mentioned this earlier, but, our education committee chair for the stabilization dollars was able to get a type of breakdown that we have never had before. That's the type of thing where we can argue about the dollars, and I'm not quite sure exactly how much a system costs and doesn't cost, but we have much greater sense of accountability and transparency in that than we've had in the past. the conversations we're having around the planning, I think, are better than we've had in the past. And I know I get frustrated when I look at a school like, like Stuart Hobson, where we've had a middle school renovation that we've kind of done little bits and pieces along the way because we never really started with what the correct number was from the beginning. And we never outlined a bunch of the decisions that need to be made from the beginning. And I would wager that we've probably wasted money along the lines of that project because we went and did something and then had to come back and change it again, and we've not had the idea around what we need and how we're going to do it and then plan it out effectively. That's why, in my mind, as much as I don't like the delays on middle school modernizations in Elliott Hine and from Jefferson, because what I hear from the customers, from the parents that are looking to be in DCPS and get to those high schools that we've been renovating, they want to see progress made on modernizations. The budget reality was that's where it landed. But putting the funding in so that we can work with DGS, DCPS, our community partners to actually plan out what it is that we need, not just kind of throw a dart at a number and say that's what we'll put in the budget, but we all just wink, wink, nod, nod. We'll come back in a couple of years and have to completely reorganize that. That, to me, is what we're trying to get at. I think there's a lot of elements that go into that. And I'd be curious on your take as well. You know, we've attempted to do, it's not perfect yet, but we've attempted to try to come up with a more objective viewpoint of saying where are our needs and really having that planning process. But of course, that's only as good as the data that goes into it. And one of the frustrations we've heard from others is that sometimes that data coming into that assessment leaves us handicapped in that we're not able to make a good decision because the state of that building isn't accurately reflected, or the needs of the feeder patterns aren't necessarily completely reflective of what's happening. Can you talk a little bit about any data points in that respect that help us, and that's the global us, not just the council, but all of our communities, do better planning and try to have as realistic and as informed a set of data that helps us make the best decision possible? There's no way we're going to make everybody happy.
Right. So one of the things that I just want to make sure that you all don't get too comfortable with is the notion that the big pots for stabilization, window replacements, boilers, roofs, is actually good practice in terms of capital planning. It isn't. If you're going to actually do a roof, you should know which roofs you're going to be doing, even over a 6-year period. You should know which boilers you're going to be replacing. You should know. We should no longer be in this sort of emergency mode where, oh, we might have to all of a sudden go in and replace a bunch of windows. We don't know which school, but we might have to do it. So this should be actually planned out on a school-by-school basis. There can be some kind of emergency fund. You know, there was a fire at Tacoma. Clearly that happens, and you guys can budget it in the middle of the year, quite honestly. So I don't want you to think you have a little over $100 million in this proposed capital budget that's sort of mush, right? So I think one of the first things you should do is say, tell me, where are those going to be spent? The school communities will certainly want to know that, and I think DCPS should want to know that.
But I think that's, you know...
So that's one data point.
It's an important data point. I guess that's a data point to me that's important as we're planning out forward. So, for example, we've got that information saying, okay, right here, at Jefferson Middle School, there's the auditorium AC installation and $1 million FY16. So we know the school, the amount, and the project.
Right.
That's information, frankly, that we haven't had before. That's really helpful that has been put together. What I think you're getting at, though, which is important, is that's at a school where we're trying to plan a full modernization 3 years from now to have roof repairs, AC, power, and entrance and doors. Those are all things that are incredibly needed at that school. But at the same time, that's, to me, yet another reason why we've put in the planning dollars into this, because we want those investments not to be simply ripped out 2 years from now as part of another modernization. They need to go together. So that's the planning piece. I guess what I was trying to ask more about was the issue around, if we only have $1 and we're trying to figure out where we spend it, then we need to have as much data and accurate data as possible to say where's the greatest need. Right. And we don't always get that information in a way in which we, I think, have 100% confidence, or at least I'll just say for myself that I don't have 100% confidence in.
But Matt, you want to?
Yeah, can I chime in a little here?
Please do.
I think that what Councilmember Grasso did in the budget last time was great. It was really an effort, and it was a push in a short period of time to come up with criteria. Now is the time to be refining those criteria and refining some of the data. So things like the conditions of the buildings, that was off-the-shelf data that was put in place not with the stakes in mind of what's happened here. I think you have to go back and take another look at that data to make sure we have that right. One data point here, I mean, I talk about Ellington, but the other big topic, there's two other big topics here. One is the $300 million cut to school modernization budgets in the 6-year plan. So last year, it was a pincer movement. You saw $40 million added to a place like Ellington. You saw $300 million taken out. This time, we need more dollars in the budget in order to get to the schools we need to get to. You need to refine the criteria that are used to create that objective standard. You can't take somebody who's in the queue for the next 3 years and move them out. That has to stay, but we need to create room so that more places can come in when you when you address some of those data issues. One is the condition of the building data. The other factor that's not taken into account yet is effect on the feeder pattern. And I think somehow that's got more subjectivity to it than some of the other data, but it's really critical, and figuring out a way to fit that into the calculation, I think, will be really important.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for all the work that you guys do on this. I know my time's expiring, so thank you very much and look forward to it. I do think we have, with a new DGS director who I've heard nothing but great stories about, have a lot of confidence in, with the architect of literacy headed over to DGS now to be our architect of schools. I think, for me at least, gives me a lot of optimism around where we're headed. And so that's part of what we're going to be doing here, though, is the oversight of that. But I am optimistic in this. But your input's been really helpful, so thank you all very much.
I want to thank you, too, and I just do want to say a special shout-out to all the work you do with the committee. You know, we really need the help from all of you on what's going on here, and your input and expertise is really, really helpful for us, so thank you for that. Okay, we got now the government witnesses coming up. Nathaniel Beers, Chief Operating Officer for District of Columbia Public Schools. Christopher Weaver, Acting Director, Department of General Services. And Jeff Bonvecchio, Deputy Director for Capital Construction, Department of General Services. I don't swear my witnesses in, but Councilmember Che does, so she's going to do that. I just believe that you're going to tell me the truth.
I do.
All righty. So I'm assuming that Dr. Beers is going first. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
So I'm going to call your attention to the slide deck that you have. We're just going to briefly review that to get you up to speed. As we talked about in the July hearing or June hearing, we committed to being transparent about looking at the SIT process and making sure that we provided some opportunity for public comment. We released this process in October and have been getting public comment and posting our responses to that public comment on engagedcps.org, and we'll continue to respond as people provide process improvement opportunities for us. And so today we're going to talk a little bit about sort of why we're making the changes, though many of those you know, and so I will go through those pretty quickly, as well as the high-level process.
Before you get going too much, I just want to note for everyone, these three folks were in the room this entire hearing, listening to the public comments and the council members' comments, which I think is really valuable, and I appreciate you all being here. So this is great. We're going to go through this, and we should do it just like you planned, but feel free to add in, you know, any kind of thoughts you have in reaction to what you've heard today as well, just to continue to have as robust a conversation about this as we can in the public's eye. So
certainly will. So on slide 3, you'll see that there are 3 main objectives that we were trying to address in improving the school improvement team process. And so the first was clear accountability by all stakeholders with defined roles and responsibilities. And one of the documents that you received today is our proposed roles and responsibilities. And again, we are getting comments back and happy to address those questions as well. having timely feedback. You heard lots this morning about challenges that existed in previous SIT processes and making sure that you knew what was happening, that you understood what was going on, and we will talk a little bit about our communication plan later in this. And then a structured central school community communication process, and we'll talk in more depth about that. On slide 4, you'll see there's 5 major areas that we're looking to improve. The first being a lack of clarity about the timetable for modernizations, and we're proposing a 3-year calendar, and we'll get into the depths of what that means, but it means starting earlier, making sure that there's adequate time for planning so that we can adequately develop the budget and make sure that communities know where they can be engaged during that process. Timely and appropriate feedback, and that means making sure that we have those clear feedback. We're going to go into a little more detail on that, and so I'll leave that there. Insufficient SIT meetings. We are proposing and have hired a director to oversee the SIT process for DCPS and are in the process of interviewing SIT coordinators who will be assigned to manage each SIT team process going forward, and their role is defined in the roles and responsibilities as well, but they will be there to make sure that that is adequately facilitated and that there is a strong DCPS voice. As you've heard, that has been a challenge in the past. The principal as chair of that SIT process has been a challenge and a burden to our principals and has not necessarily allowed us to have the best process. And so we will work with the principal as well as the LSAT and PTA presidents to make sure that a chair is selected and that we'll work together to support that chair going forward. And then there's a lack of transparency and adequate communications. And as I said, in the next slide, we'll talk about what our communication plans are. So how are we going to improve the communication and transparency? We have 5 items that we are committing to. One is having a dedicated point of contact, and that dedicated SIT coordinator will continue to be that person who will move forward, make sure that those meetings are facilitated, and make sure that they're connecting with the school leadership as well as the community in that process. All meeting notifications will go out at least 3 weeks in advance. We will be maintaining a web page that will have the SIT coordinators' notes from the meetings as well as materials that were given out during the meeting. So if SIT team members missed a meeting, that they can catch up. But also if there are new members who are coming in to the meetings at any point in time, they'll be able to catch up on that process and understand where we are going forward. Meeting minutes will be circulated, and we'll make sure that that happens. And in addition, as you'll see later, the timeline outlines the types of meetings that we will be having. Part of the challenge that has existed is making sure that folks are getting ongoing communication during this process. And so we will make sure that there's biweekly emails to update the SIT team as well as to go out to the community more broadly. The thing that is not on here that I want to make sure that the council members hear is that we're committed to making sure that each month that we provide to the council members an update of the SIT meetings that have been going on in the past month so that you don't have to wonder what's happened. You'll know which ones are coming up the following month and those that have been occurred in the past month as well. And so we are working with some templates and I think are pretty close to locking one in that should be helpful for your teams and for your communities to understand what's going on. How do we improve accountability? That's about making sure that we have clear leadership and decision-making, clear roles and responsibilities, and quality community engagement. And so you'll see here the various different activities that occur in the modernization process and clarity about which role is really DCPS's lead, where DCPS supports, and where DGS provides support or leads the process so that we can keep that moving forward. But the key is to make sure that people understand that process as people get on to SIT teams, making sure that they really understand what they're being asked to do and how they are being expected to engage with us. So to make that 3-year process work, we have 3 large steps. And we'll go into detail in each one, but we first have the interagency planning, the second is DCPS central office and school planning, and the third is the facility design and construction management. And so the first step should be occurring at least 3 years, starting at least 3 years out from the modernization, and that is working with the ed specs, and as you'll hear from DGS as well, we have started the design of new ed specs. We're very hopeful based on the preliminary meetings that we've had at DCPS that those are going to give us a lot more guidance. They are going to help us do a much better job predicting out what the costs are going to be, and help us have school communities understand what the appropriate choices are, so that when we do say no, there's some logic behind saying no to things in spaces. That means also making sure that we are working together with our council colleagues to develop the capital improvement plan. And as you heard me discuss in March, the next phase for my team and that what they have started working on in October is taking the analysis that Councilmember Grasso had undertaken this spring for this most recent capital improvement plan, looking at additional items that may be warranted to make sure that we have a very robust capital improvement plan going forward, and that we're not in a place where we're making changes year to year absent some type of emergency that comes to play. And then the last piece is figuring out the role for the Master Facilities Plan. And as Councilmember Grasso mentioned in one of his questioning sessions, we are going to have to sort of relook together about sort of what the right processes are and make sure that the regulatory and legislative demands are actually getting us to the right place going forward. 2 years before the process is really about making sure that the program planning is occurring in a timely way, that we are looking at all of the data elements that should be looked at, looking at those enrollment projections, working with the Office of Planning, making sure that as we understand our early childhood needs, our special education needs, our CTE needs, that we're really taking those into account as we move those forward. This process will be variable depending on the size of the school and the types of changes that are going to occur in that process. And I'll outline a couple different types of schools so that you understand what I'm talking about. When you look at a school like Coolidge, clearly having a community cabinet to help sit down and think about how are we making this a robust neighborhood high school, what types of programming is going to be attractive to the community, what types of things are missing from the program currently. Those are all parts of what need to be part of that community cabinet going forward and would necessitate starting a little earlier in the process because of the size of the school and the scope of the project. You look at a school like Orr that's about to start, and it's really about sitting down together with the programming teams within DCPS and the leadership in the school and understanding what the needs are in that building and what gaps we have. One of the gaps that we have been able to discover is that we have a large number of students who are in boundary for Orr who have special education needs, but because their needs can't be met in the building, we are putting them in other schools. And so as we look at the modernization, we should look at that data to make sure that we are thinking about that process, but it may not require a community panel as much as a community conversation and making sure that we have an opportunity for all of those families, the families who are currently at Orr, families who can't be at Orr because their needs can't be met, to make sure that we create space for them to have that conversation, with the expectation at the end of that process that we give the community an answer as to what will end up in the building and what won't end up in the building going forward. Which takes us to the final phase, which is facility design and construction, and that is about the process of starting the SITs. And so that SIT process starts with a community meeting to be definitive about what will exist in the building programmatically, to make sure that it's clear, as well as to solicit interest in becoming part of that SIT team process. And as you'll see, we recommend at least 6 SIT meetings over the course of about a year and a half. As well as 2 community meetings to make sure that there's a larger community presence. These SIT meetings are open to the public. However, we can't go back and rehash things from meetings ago to make sure that everybody is up to speed. And so what we're committed to doing is making sure there's access to that information. But if we're going to make this process move forward, we do have to make sure that we continue that process and make sure that the meetings are actually accomplishing what they are supposed to accomplish. And so we look forward to working with DGS to implement the process. We have started taking over a large number of those SIT teams, and they have helped us facilitate that. We are in the process of handing off some final SIT teams as we increase our staffing, and they have been gracious in making sure that we had an opportunity to make sure that we could get the correct staff in place to make that happen. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Weaver.
Okay, so this is online. You're going to, can you just give the website information? Yep. So if people want to go look at this information, they can do it?
Sure. It is up on engagedcps.org, and there is a comment space as well so that you can provide comments as well if you're interested.
Okay, thank you. Director Weaver.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairperson, Councilman. Good to see you, sir. I would like to characterize what we are doing in DGS as flying in formation with DCPS, to invoke an old military term. We seek to do that through people. We seek to do it through process. and then ultimately we seek to do it through process and then through product. With respect to people, we are changing our lineup to the degree that several of the key supervisory people are now going to be hired to be in-house DC government employees in schools, in the schools management process. We will be allocating very clearly what the roles and responsibilities of those key people will be in the process that has been just briefed by my colleague and good friend, Dr. Beers. But we think that adjusting the people and where they are and the positions they have, the leverage they have on the process is a key part of this. Secondly, process. Again, my background is about planning. It's about starting as early as possible. Early means good, late means bad. I think that my observation is the 3-year planning cycle that was just briefed to you by Dr. Beers is pretty much spot on for what we need to do to get away from what I would call reliance on parametric estimates as if they were the real thing, more into detailed and more granular and accurate estimates that come from the process of design and iteration of design. Finally, in product, we seek to deliver on time, on budget, on functionality, period. That's indeed what we expect to have in the future, given this plan that we have right now. With that, I will turn it back over to Dr. Beers.
Okay, great. Did you have anything to add, Jeff?
I'm here for support,
Questions?
no testimony.
Okay, great. Councilmember Che, do you want to kick us off with a round of questions?
Sure. I will focus on DGS at the outset, if I may, because that's my committee oversight in any event. But my understanding, especially from your testimony as a confirmation, is that we're changing how we do things a little bit here, and we're increasing the role of DCPS in the planning, design, and moving the project forward process. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as you know, the auditor's report had a number of recommendations that they would like us to implement, I guess. And so just to follow up on a number of those, the last roundtable, DGS said it would support the Deputy Mayor of Education and DCPS to update the Master Facilities Plan. And the committee's report also recommended a new MFP be developed, and that's prior to 2018, since the current MFP uses a methodology that, among other things, is incompatible with what the statutory requirements are. Can you just tell me what steps have been taken, and maybe this is cross-cutting, I guess. Yep. What steps have been taken to start thinking about and planning the MFP, a new MFP?
Yeah, so I think the first component to note, as you noted, is that the MFP is not currently really meeting our needs. It's been a document that has been developed but not necessarily utilized regularly thereafter.
Right.
I think what we've committed to on DCPS's side is making sure that we develop the components that would then go into a master facilities plan within that CIP analysis. And so one of the things that DGS has been doing for us as part of that process is making sure that we actually look at what our state of our facilities are. And so for all of the buildings that have not yet been modernized, they've been prioritizing going out and looking at those buildings. Our teams are also out in those buildings, and so then coming together and coming to grips with our mutual analyses to make sure that we're aligning well going forward is one of the processes where it is about DGS and DCPS working together to understand the quality of our buildings. As one of the people testified, we should know when our boilers are going to go out because we should know how old our boilers are, and we should have a sense as to sort of what their lifespan is and be able to sort of predict when we're going to have to do those types of repairs. I mean, that's a piece of getting that MFP correctly.
And I'm glad you're touching on that, so let me just jump in here again, back to DGS. I was going to ask whether, and I guess you're maybe in the process of doing this, do we have sort of this inventory assessment of all of our schools, their condition, their needed repairs, the timeline for those repairs, and a maintenance schedule, like you have for a car. You got to replace the oil, this, that, and the other thing. And so that at any moment, you, looking at this, you could turn to this and say, you know what, school X is going to need a new boiler in 5 years. School Y will need a new roof. School, I shouldn't have started so far in the alphabet, I'll run out. But I'll go back to A. So school Z, really needs a complete modernization and a sense of a timeline and the urgency, the hierarchy that would be listed. Do we have something like that we can turn to right now?
We do, and it gets better every day. It's called a Facilities Condition Assessment Program. We use a database that is fed by the FCA, so to speak, the Facilities Condition Assessment. That allows us to work with our partner DCPS to look at this issue of priorities and what should be first, what should be second, what should be third in terms of capital improvement. But that is a process and a program that will never be done. We'll constantly be refining and updating that database.
But you do have such a database, and then that ought to be sort of there should be this interplay with DCPS then to say, look, we project enrollments in a certain way, we have certain programmatic needs, we have certain, charter schools are locating here, and then maybe the location of the DCPS school should be put in play, all of those things. So how does that work between the two of you now? So you have this inventory. I'm sorry, what did you call it? It's called something. This thing that you have.
The facilities
condition.
Okay.
Facilities Condition Index.
The thingy, I'll
Yes.
call. So you get that, and then superimposed on that, or together with that, you figure out from your end what needs to happen, when, et cetera. Is that an ongoing thing right now? Does that happen right now?
So we are moving forward with doing that for this upcoming CIP, but that has not historically occurred in this way.
Okay. So when you say you're moving forward with doing that, I always have to try to decipher what people are actually saying. So what exactly does moving forward mean? Is there, you're going to take that document, which is ever changing, I concede, maybe it should be monthly updates or something like that, and then you're going to have your side of the, when are you next meeting? Is there a memorandum? What's going on?
So our teams meet at least once a week to discuss current projects as well as thinking about sort of future projects that are on the CIP, as well as the broader conversation. On the facilities side, to understand the condition of our facilities, our teams meet twice a month, every other week, to make sure that if there are urgent issues that need to be addressed and can't wait for modernization, that we're in agreement around which those issues are. Those are sort of the process pieces. In addition, so we have developed this new team to manage the modernization process. And so, as I said in June, we were trying to make sure that we were thoughtful and got community input into what the components are. And so we've done that on the SIP process and are moving forward with that. What we're trying to do is make sure that same level of intentionality occurs on the CIP process as well, to make sure that as executive branch, we're working together to make that happen. And so,
is there a particular team that is focused on that CIP part right now?
Correct.
Okay.
They've been working on that since October.
And when would you expect that to result in some, document or list or something?
We committed to this committee when we talked in June and getting that out to you in November, and so we are still committed to getting you an opportunity, as well as the broader community, a chance to reply to what we're proposing as components in that CIP process. And so we are very open to having a conversation about that as we put that out for
So
conversation.
once you put that together, you're going to release it to the public generally and also to the council so that you can get reaction out of it. Okay. Now, is there a separate kind of a list that deals with maintenance and also repairs?
Actually, that's part and parcel of the same thing. Facilities condition is something that is dynamic, as I said a moment ago, but we have the ability to input from PDAs into our database from remote phone calls, lots of different ways to put into our trouble call database. As I said, priority number one, life and safety, got to be taken care of right away.
Right.
2, fundamental, critical infrastructure elements of a structure of a school. 3, desired maintenance, important maintenance, and then 4, preventive maintenance. We categorize those. Again, as Dr. Beers indicated, every 2 weeks we're going through and scrubbing that list of any outstanding issues that are still there, and make sure that our priorities continue to stay with his as we work on those projects.
We'll have another round?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I have 4 pages.
Okay.
Right before I turn to Councilmember Allen, I just want to note on that. I think November is when we said we were going to do this. It's November 2nd, just so you know.
We're close.
And the public, I think you guys are answering this right on target with what we need to know and what we need to hear. The refining of that conditions list is really important to plug into the thing we already created last year in the process, which actually then goes towards the more accurate ranking of the schools. Obviously, just the condition is not enough to determine where these schools should fall on the list, and that's why we had 8 different categories. And I think what you're going to get back to the committee is that right? Does that still work for the executive to get that in the right place at the right time so that we can move forward with that process? Correct. And try to make it as objective as possible?
Yes, sir.
And so I don't want you all talking too much, because objective means that, DGS is actually just looking at it from your expert point of view of this roof is really going to need it soon or whatever it is. And DCPS, I think you are going to be pushing them to say, well, we need this kind of classroom, we need this kind of space, we need this kind of stuff happening. You could coordinate, of course, but you're also kind of pushing each other a little bit in that regard. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to stick on the same theme for just a little bit. So when we talk about you've heard both Ms. Che and Mr. Grosso talk about the facilities condition data. And so as we try to create as objective a tool as possible, the data that comes out is only as good as the data that comes in. So, but there's a bigger reason than just having fidelity to good data. The reason why these things matter is that within the context of a multi-year capital budget plan, decisions that were made last year fundamentally impact the decisions that we made the following year. Because once we've started down the road, we all know it's a little bit harder to start changing it once you've gone down a certain decision set. And just looking at last year, for example, we had 3 middle schools that were all ranked roughly the same and roughly in the worst possible condition, one of whom had been just recently modernized, but was still ranked as a horrible facility, and then 2 facilities that were both in need of modernization, but most people that would walk through would not have ranked them the way they were. So, Mr. Weaver, and I get it, you've only been on for a couple of weeks now, so you may not have the fully baked answer on this yet, but in terms of, as you've been able to kind of go in using your expertise and experience, what are some of the things that you have found that have not worked the way you would want them to in that facilities condition, I guess we'll call it a measurement or assessment?
Thank you for that excellent question. I would say that the main thing is to have people who know what they're looking at it, and I'm very confident that we have that kind of person, that kind of inspector evaluator out there on the ground. I think the main thing though is to make sure that the data gets entered in a timely way. That it gets acted on in the process that was discovered and described just a few moments ago. But I think the larger picture, though, is that it's got to be replicable and sustainable, and that's certainly what we expect it to be.
So I think that's important. It's the people and the process. So the people. Do you feel like is it the same people roughly, same skill level doing those assessments, but we're building a better system to be able to capture and report that? Or is it that we've beefed up our ability to assess more accurately the condition of the facilities?
We are changing, sir, to allow us to have both accurate and timely inputs into the system.
Okay. So we think we're going to have a better process of real-time information coming in for decision making.
That's correct.
Okay. Along those lines, as we we were talking earlier, and I know you were here, and I appreciate the fact that you were here for listening to all the witnesses for the whole team here. You heard us talk a little about the stabilization funding that's scheduled and is coming up. To what degree have you started or plan on looking at those stabilization investments that are needed and that are in the budget and aligning that with either the planning process for modernization? And what I mean by that, for example, is what we heard, if I'm going to replace a roof at a certain place, how does that tie into a decision point I'm going to make around a modernization? Because that roof may or may not be in the same location. Or it may be that we're making this investment now and just means that we're able to spend other resources or other planning on the rest of the modernization. How are we aligning those things now?
So that has started occurring once the summer projects were over. The team started very quickly looking forward at one, the large modernization projects that are slated to occur, but also how those stabilization funds are going to be used and maximized to have the greatest impact. And so those conversations have already begun, and part of it is also fed by the facilities assessment. Part of that is also recognizing that we have some buildings that were modernized several years ago that also need some stabilization. And so not only looking at the buildings that have been previously untouched by modernization projects, but also those that have been touched but need other components to be completed or to get through the projects.
I guess maybe I didn't state it as well as I could have. What I meant was if we've got a school that is on our capital improvement plan that 3 years from now is going to go through a modernization, and this year has a substantial stabilization project that's being taken, in what ways are we looking at that, the context of the modernization 3 years from now with the investment we're making now so that those things are aligned from the planning process?
I think the first step, which has been a gap for us, which has been that our ed specs have not helped us do that. Right? And so developing new ed specs are going to help us do a better job of that going forward when we have a better sense of what types of HVAC systems are we going to want in our building when we permanently modernize it? What type of roofing requirements do we have as we move forward? Because those have not been as clear on the front end to date, we've struggled with that. As we're going through the ed spec development, keeping our eyes on that very carefully is going to be part of what the teams have to do together. And my facilities folks and DGS have to work together to make sure that we're not putting in something that we're going to rip out because it's not going to meet the standards that we have in 3 years.
If I could supplement too, sir, we have 40 stabilization projects planned for this fiscal year, 40. That's a very important point. I guess the economists call it a Pareto optimality curve, where you're getting exactly what you should get back for this particular moment in time. Clearly, we don't want to put capital resources where they will be disrupted later on, but you want to get the school, and I'm thinking particularly those schools that will be farther out in the programming. We've got to get those schools to that baseline modernization time in good shape, and that's my job, and that's the job that I will do in supporting DCPS.
Absolutely. Okay. So do you have a timeline, Dr. Beers, on when you think the ed spec will be completed?
We'll have a draft in the spring, which we'll, again, be sharing with the community together with DGS to make sure that there's, again, an opportunity for community input in the spring so that it's fully in effect for the 17-18 CIP process. It's going to be about us making sure that we have good communication with the people who are developing it going forward, right? So that we can use it this year as much as we can. I think stabilization is a place where we can definitely make sure that we're in communications in a way that makes sure that it informs those 40 projects so that we don't run off and do something that doesn't make sense.
And that's exactly what I was getting at. So, for example, if you've got gymnasium AC installation at Jefferson, but we may be changing the ed specs, and we have a full modernization coming a couple of years from now, making sure that those decisions are being guided and informed so that we don't make $1 million investment and then pull it back out.
Correct. That's our goal as well.
And as you look at these 40 projects, do you feel that the dollars that you had put together and aligned with the description of the work match up? Or do you see, kind of to what you were saying, both Dr. Beers and Mr. Weaver, about trying to identify, again, those highest needs? Are there projects that are not captured or represented within those 40 projects that you're going to need to realign funding within the 40 projects to accomplish.
So let me ask my construction division assistant director.
We feel that the projects are aligned with the budgets and with the needs that are out there at those various locations. I think the other thing to consider is that as we know, there may be that need to realign based on needs as we get through our budget cycle and see where some of those schools that were met or schools that may be pushed out, we might have to then make those adjustments and tackle some things over the summer that we didn't originally plan for, and that's where we'll make those realignments.
And if I could add, please, that's obviously now, whether, I'm assuming it was in the past, but whatever the case was before, that will always be done in strict consultation with DCPS.
Great.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I have a few questions on certain projects that maybe we can just shift to that a little bit.
Sure.
So first, let's start off by talking about swing space. Not every single project can have the kind of luxury of having enough property there to put all those beautiful trailers up like we have at Lafayette. There are, in fact, I think a couple of them that are coming up, Murch and Marie Reed, where we know we're going to need to have somewhere else for folks to go. Can you just talk a little bit about how that's coming and what the plan is there? And let the public know in a few words as possible how you actually cost this out when you do swing space. So is it part of the capital budget, and what do you invest in that effort?
So the first piece is that the swing space is part of the capital budget assessments that we make as far as what the project should cost. Right now, for the projects that are supposed to start next summer, the big three being Murch, Marie Reed, and Bancroft to start in the fall. All three have challenges with the space that they have around their buildings. And so doing the analysis to determine what swing space options exist, whether that's an on-site option or an off-site option, is what DGS and DCPS have been doing together. We did get an assessment for Murch. We had one applicant apply at much higher rates than we had budgeted for, and so we have gone back together to look at those that proposal and think about the other options that exist there to make sure that we're making a good decision for all three locations. Our expectation is that by the end of November we will have made those decisions so that we can make sure that we've had those conversations with the community during the month of November about what the choices are to be really clear about what can fit within the budget. As I said in June, our goal is to make these budgets work as much as possible, recognizing that some of them were built a little bit on fantasy numbers, and so there are some adjustments that have to be made, but we want to try and minimize those as much as possible and learn to live within the budgets that we've created for ourselves.
Okay. We'll keep checking back in on those. I think
we'll make sure to report out. It will be part of our SIT report as well, because that will be part of what we expect to report out in that SIT report.
Thank you. Watkins Elementary School is not on the list of schools to swing. So what is the timeline for that project, and is this going to be one of the last remaining 8-week Summer Miracle projects, or kind of how's that going to work?
We are not proposing that we do a Summer Miracle with Watkins. It is too large a space and there's too big a project to really effectively do. We have a community meeting tomorrow night with the SIT team to discuss actual swing space options associated with their space as well. Okay. And so we have a proposal on the table to consider swing space options for them as well.
And
so
are you aware,
the construction calendar.
Right. Are you aware whether or not it's going to be done, the DCPS and the DPR space is going to be done at the same time?
That is our goal.
That's the goal still. Okay. We'll hold you to that goal, so you might as well just say, yes, we're going to do that. We've talked a lot about Orr Elementary, as you know, and I've said kind of several times now, but I want to say it again, that no matter how we reorganize our CIP or get that list done again, or in the past, no matter how we did it, was number one needing to be redone, and I think no matter how we do it into the future, it's going to be the number one school that needs to be redone. Can you just provide a status on Orr, what's happening with Orr? What's the plan? Is it going to be all new construction? Is it going to be a modernization? You stated in the hearing in July that when school starts in the fall, DCPS will begin the programmatic planning, and so school's in. So what's happening with OR? And when can a community expect the SIT team process to begin there?
So there's a meeting scheduled this month, mid-month.
Do you know the date?
I don't have
Okay.
the specific date, sorry.
Let's get it out to people.
But we have publicized the date, and so we'll continue to do that and make sure that you get that as well. Or will be a new building, so we will build on the site, but not use the current building as part of the final school. And so the kids can stay on site as we build the new space. That gives us, again, some additional flexibility around making sure that that project can be done well and that we can do that. The major construction will start next summer, and so DGS has been out getting bids for the architects as well to make sure that that process continues. We've already started having some programmatic conversations with the principal to have that process start as well.
So ed spec will be applied to this, the new ed spec, you think, or not yet?
We won't probably.
I know you'll have
parts
ed
of it,
spec.
maybe,
Right.
but
Not
in
the
full
general
form.
one.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's another one we'll keep a close eye on. Appreciate that. Coolidge High School is another school that was supposed to be in the planning phase for FY16, and I'm wondering how that project is going. Are we doing the feasibility study to figure out what to do with all the other parts of the school? And clearly, you know, the community out there is asking for a new middle school. So can you opine on that?
Correct. So the challenge with Coolidge, as you'll note from the CIP, is that the funds are spread over 5 years. And so the feasibility analysis that we are looking to undertake is about making sure that whatever we do is smart and doable within that structure, or that we come back and have a broader conversation together with the council and the community about what is possible within the current funding structure that we have, because it's a little
So we're going to restart or continue the conversation, but kind of come up with a different plan or something?
No, we're going to look and see what's possible within this current structure first. We're looking at the building as well, right? In June, we had some conversations around figuring out what could be done in this kind of structure means thinking about what kinds of infrastructure could you actually change and have it have meaningful impact early for the kids. What we're committed to on the program side is making sure that we don't stop the program conversation to wait for that feasibility analysis. And so we're looking to start with a community cabinet for Coolidge as well. And making sure that we continue that. As you'll note from the other program side, we will have 2 new NAF academies opening there over the next several years. And so those, again, are part of listening to the community, understanding what their needs are, and making sure that we're building the programs to attract the students back to that school building. Recognizing that we're opening a brand new, beautiful building next August, not too far away in Roosevelt, and that we need to make sure that we don't undermine our own growth and our own schools.
I appreciate that. Now, Roosevelt, you are going to have some athletic programs in there earlier than that, but the academic program won't open until the fall?
Correct. So boys and girls basketball will launch this month. So that they'll start by having their home games at Roosevelt, as well as opportunities to practice in those facilities with the addition of spring sports having access to the facilities in the spring, as well as graduation and prom will both be held in the building for both Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay.
It's a beautiful building. I was out there to see it, and it's amazing the work that's being done. Can you give me a quick update on Hyde-Addison and Maury? Both of these, I think, are planned additions that are going to happen. As you know, Hyde-Addison is in Georgetown and was going to have that middle building put in, and Maury needs the addition of more classrooms, obviously.
Right. And so the SIT team for Hyde-Addison has continued to meet and move forward with that process to make sure that we can continue to hear from the community. They had a meeting a couple weeks ago and had some additional feedback, and so we're looking at that feedback.
I think the timing on that one, you got to get that bulldozer out there and ready to roll the first
because
moment.
it's one of our leftover summer things. The
summer miracles, we like to call them, but
yes,
they could call it anything.
It depends on which side of the stress you're on.
Morey?
Second school is Morey, which is a great story, a rebirth
Great
of a
school.
school that is really burgeoning with more and more kids. And so making sure that we're preparing for those kids. The council did put in funding to start that process. The challenge is that the amount of space that we can create with the $5.8 million is about 4 classrooms when we do the analysis, and we need to have at least 8 classrooms. And so we're doing some feasibility to make sure that we don't build 4 classrooms and then not have an ability to do additional space. Because if we build those 4 classrooms right now, they will still end up with trailers on their property.
Okay.
And so that's not our goal.
But that's also a summer project?
It has been slated for a summer project, though our recommendation is going to be that it can be done in a way that could actually be done during the school year as well, to help control some of the costs so that we can get all 8 classrooms done. It will require additional funding, and we have notified the mayor's budget team that is one of the projects that we already know needs some additional funding, so that we make sure we prioritize that going forward.
I support that. Thank you. Councilmember Che?
Yes, thank
No,
you.
wait, that-
I wanted to talk about another recommendation that our committees made at the end of July, and that is that DGS look again at the management of the modernization projects. And so what I'm trying to understand is, and I think you made some reference to this, DGS is now going to have an in-house project manager overseeing the PEP.
That's correct. There'll be an in-house project manager and several in-house assistant project managers that will be teamed with our contractors.
And so how many DGS employees would oversee these projects in-house now?
In-house, the specifically in-line 4, but let me ask my building man.
Sure. Excuse me, the management structure would look as there would be a senior PM and then anywhere from 2 to 4 lower level or junior project managers overseeing the school modernization program.
Can we get to the point perhaps of instead of contracting out to some entity like DCPS, that we could do this in-house?
Ma'am, I think there's probably always going to be a need for a little bit of contractor support, and that's because there's potential for surge and contraction that if you have permanent employees, it's difficult to stay in tune with that. But my observation in the short time I've been here, and I appreciate the support I've had from my construction division on this, is we need to bring the substantial portion of that back in-house, which we are doing.
Okay. And then we have a law that governs privatization contracts. And I wanted to know whether you've had a chance to analyze the district's contract with DCPS under the various factors that are required to privatize activity.
I have personally not looked at that in detail, but I will be.
Okay, because, you know, it says that you're supposed to have a savings of at least 5% over the contract duration, and expected effects of the privatization on quality of goods and services, and, you know, other requirements that we put in there just to make sure that we weren't just, you know, privatizing and not getting a distinct benefit from that. So I'd appreciate if you could look at that.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the last hearing, DGS said it would conduct a review of DCPEP's performance at the end of the contractual year, which would have been the end of September 2015, just a month or so ago. For the option year, and I wanted to know, has that review been conducted?
That review was conducted. The option year has been executed.
Okay. And so what were the results of the review? I mean, sometimes you go for an option year because you don't know that you'll be in a position not to go with the option year, but what did your review conclude?
I don't have the details of that review myself.
But in essence, you know.
I would say that the biggest part of it was probably continuity in the process, and that counts for a lot, particularly if we're in a year of transition between one system and another system of modernization.
Okay, so that was a reason to go forward. I understand that, and there are oftentimes reasons like that. But in terms of the review that you conducted, Did you find the same difficulties with, for example, the lack of oversight, the lack of checking invoices, the lack of documentation, all of the things that the auditor's report found in the past, that these things had or had not been corrected?
I would like to be able to talk to you about that and bring you that information separately if that would be possible.
Okay, because that was a main criticism in the auditor's report, and it also prevents us from understanding whether there were any cost overruns that could have been prevented. It prevents us from understanding whether there were any cost savings that could have been affected that really should be returned to the district. So yes, I hope we can have that conversation. Now, the cost control mechanisms that the auditor's report made reference to, do we have conventional industry acceptable cost control systems, in place to make sure we're not overspending, or that, again, that we're saving money, or is this part of our future conversation as well?
Ma'am, I'm quite confident from here forward we are. I would not like to characterize anything from the past, but I'm very confident that we will have that in the future.
Okay, and would that include the documentation? Because again, the audits revealed these problems with how we get documents. I assume there's some system whereby we could have a requirement of documentation for this and that and the other thing, and then not pay people until the proper documentation is presented to us.
I subscribe to the idea of everything is supposed to be in order at the time it's supposed to be there in order for compensation to take place.
Okay, and are we in a position now to say that that's happening?
We do. We can.
You can be, but are we right now, as you sit there today, in a position to say that we have a system where documentation will be prescribed, adequate, followed through on, and no payment unless it is?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, the auditor's report also recommended, and our committees also agreed with that recommendation, that DGS assess the contracts for 5 high schools that were modernized: Eastern, Woodson, Cardozo, Anacostia, and Wilson, to determine as to those in particular whether there were any cost savings that were owed to the district. In fact, I think Councilmember Grasso even wanted to see an assessment of all the schools to determine any possibilities of cost savings that should have been affected. Have you been able to look at those 5 in particular?
2 of those 5 have the internal review has been completed, and 3 are yet to be completed.
Okay. Now, of the 2 that have been completed, could you tell us something of what you found?
I don't have that information with me right here. I'll be glad to bring that to you.
Okay. Do you have any general assessment? Was it good, bad?
Thank you. Yes, we of the 2, the information was comprehensive. The information was there. We were able to track down some realized savings at 2 of those high schools, and working with our internal DGS team and in cooperation and coordination with DCPEP are now making those determinations of how that savings was either reinvested back into that particular high school, or how that savings was then reallocated out to another DCPS school.
So there were savings, and you're going to be able to trace those through and see what happened to that money?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything that demonstrated that claims for payment were made either without documentation, or maybe the documentation, I don't know if you went that deep into it, whether it was actually supported by what was done?
The way that the internal team conducted the review was that they looked at the actual contractor and subcontractor release of liens, which is the legal mechanism to determine how the payments were made, and that's what they used to match the actual expenditures in the district system. So it was a clear crosswalk between what the contractors expected to get and what was actually then sent out the door from the OCSR's
Right, and that's
office.
just on the paper level. Does anybody plan to go back and see whether, if they said they used a certain quality of material on the flooring and they put this in or put that in, whether they actually did that according quality control kinds of things?
Yes, the quality control is there. The quality insurance checks have been there and can be rechecked as well.
Okay, I'm out of time.
Yes,
for
and we'll
this.
have another round.
Okay.
I just want to note on that, I think, I appreciate that two of them have been done. We probably need to get the others done as well, and lessons learned for moving forward. The reality is we'll have a performance oversight hearing in February, like we always do, and both committees at the time will be really interested in knowing the results of that investigation. So if you can shoot, if that's fair with you, Councilmember Che, by then to have a report. I think we asked for a report in the last hearing, so an actual written report on how we can do it. Yeah, we'll send it in our questions. You can send it ahead of time. That'd be great. Okay, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. I wanted in this round to kind of do a couple of project-specific questions. I appreciate Mr. Grosso had raised a couple of them. On Watkins and Dr. Beers, you were saying that tomorrow night there'll be a conversation. I'm aware of roughly the idea. So I guess to save the suspense for tomorrow night, I'll ask the question this way. Is the funding present? Well, my assumption would be that there is not a fully functioning, or the way that you would want it to be, fully functioning swing space ready. It probably needs some work to get it to where it would need to be. And is that already envisioned in the budget, or that would be part of what DCPS and DGS would be proposing, would be to say, to accomplish this, if we go forward with a swing space concept, there'd be a chunk of investment to make sure that it is ready to receive and serve as the swing space. Is that funding already identified or already there, or is that part of the planning process?
So our hope is that we select the swing option that would be able to be accomplished within the budget that we have, right? And so I think we'll be talking to the community about what those options are. One of them certainly can be done largely within the budget that has already been allotted for swing space for the Watkins project. And so as we look at that, we have some ability to make sure that that space is ready to receive our students and ready to make sure that they can still get the great education that they've been getting at Watkins in a different location for the time that it takes to get their building to a place that is ready to receive them again.
Perfect. My assumption is part of the decision, I guess the decision has been made, but part of the concept around using a swing space rather than the summer work is that you build a project faster, you get to completion faster, but also you generate savings by being able to get it done in one fell swoop rather than staging it out. Is that right?
Yeah, I think in this case, we're hoping to live within the budget we have as opposed to having to come back and say that we can't get the project done within the budget that exists because we're trying to accomplish it in a time period that's unrealistic. And that we have to actually spread the project over a longer period of time because to really get it done, given the size of the Watkins space and given the DPR space as well, to be realistic about what could happen, kids would be living within a construction space during the school year.
I'm with
and so
you on
we're
that.
trying to get
I guess
kids out.
what I was asking is by utilizing the swing space so that you can get all the construction in, you're doing the DPR, you're doing the DCPS portion of the facilities, and in theory, you're not just trying to target it over these short blasts of time, that you actually realize financial savings because you're able to get the project accomplished in a more streamlined fashion in a relatively quicker time.
Yes, and what I'm saying is that what we're saving is us not coming to you saying that we don't have enough money to do the project, as opposed to us having savings that we can apply to a different project at this point. We will do some analysis, and if it becomes clear that we will achieve some savings, we will be happy to have that conversation at that point. But at this point, my team is worried about making it happen within the budget that we have, and this is a solution that will help us control some of those costs.
Got it. And Mr. Weaver, you look at
I just wanted to supplement the comments of my colleague that I think in my analysis, brief as though it may be, we've been buying schedule, and a lot of useful acquisition resources have gone towards buying these 56, 58-day schedules. That's another supplementary reason why I'm excited and pleased to see us change over to a more comprehensive modernization plan that involves the dialogue about swing space and the ability to do things in an orderly, proper way instead of rushing.
Okay. I'll continue to put one more plug in so that it's continue to be a part of the conversation, because again, this speaks to the planning. The fact that we're building a half-size court basketball gym for DPR in a DPR facility there still doesn't make sense to me. I still want to keep pushing to say you need a full court gym. It serves the school, serves the rec center. I realize we got to find the dollars, but that's still a frustration for me that we think that's going to be an appropriate rec center and serve the school that way.
So I'll push back a little bit and say that there are other implications just beyond dollar amounts when we talk about building a full-size gym, right? And so there are significant parking issues that could create significant additional costs, as well as pressures on the community. And so we've tried to take all of those into account and made the recommendation that we continue with the size gym that they've had, given that it has served the community thus far, recognizing that it's not the full-size gym that people also would like to see, but that we do have to do some balancing to make sure that we're hearing all of the different constituencies that are in play.
I get that. No easy decision. I haven't heard from anybody who's advocating for a half-court gym. So in terms of what the community feels like,
well, DCPS is actually, because the impact is really on DCPS space, given sort of what would occur for our teachers and staff and community around parking, and the challenges that we've had in locations where we have not provided adequate parking, as you know, with Stuart Hobson, and the challenges that have existed.
I would argue and perhaps we can talk after this. I think there's other alternatives that don't impact that need, but we can talk about that outside of here.
Sure.
Rather than use everyone's time with this way. On Maury, has the SIT team been established for this process yet?
I think that they have identified a meeting. Hold on. I know that they've been having a conversation with the principal. I don't believe actually the SIT team has been established at this point because we determined that we didn't have adequate funds to actually get the project done. And so we will first do the feasibility study so that we have something to talk about with the community. But we will have a community meeting to let them know in November as well. And so I know there's a date being worked on with the Maury principal to make sure that we can come out and have a conversation about what could happen with the dollar amount, and that they understand the limitations that exist, would still exist on the space if we went forward without doing the feasibility first.
Okay, but you don't envision a SIT team process beginning until you either have all the dollars, additional funds put together, or a decision is made to stick with what the funds are that you have?
I think we want to have that first community meeting to sort of hear from the Maury community a little bit. I think our general bent has been that using those dollars the way they're currently structured would probably put us in a worse position than actually pausing and getting it done right with the right amount of money. But we want to hear from the community because they need to have some voice in what that decision is going to be made going forward. And then if there's strong push to move forward, we'll have to reconsider what the implications are for us, work with DGS to make sure that the feasibility study develops a system that could be grown if we can't figure out the funding to start with.
Got it. Okay. So we'll look forward to that meeting in November to kind of get that ball rolling. I will just make a quick comment that it's a bit breathtaking to me that we've gone in the matter of 12 months from we don't need any money for Maury and we're going to expand its boundary significantly to fighting in the budget about whether or not it was necessary to now recognizing we think we need 8 new classrooms for Maury, which I fully agree that we probably need 8 classrooms. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's a little bit breathtaking that how big that shift has been in 12 months. I think from the school community side, people have been trying to say we're seeing the pressure points, we're seeing the high demand, the high success, and great leadership at the school and great school community that DCPS has helped build out. But that is, it's a little frustrating to me actually that this is where we are now, because I think that we're going to make as good a decision as we can, but we've got a great success story there, but we've changed a lot in 12 months from our perspective. That's it for my round. I've got one more round. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But you would argue that we've changed in a good way, right? We're coming to where we need to be.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
I just
good.
think that I think we're catching up actually. But yes, I think it's a good step.
So good job, Dr.
Thank
Beers,
you.
and
We're
Committee
trying.
on Education. All right, I got a couple more schools I got to do, and then we're going to go into process. Can you give me an update on, as if it hasn't been discussed enough already today, Ellington? So I just need to know, we've been there, we know what's going on, we've been to all 3 campuses, and these kids are making do really well at Garnett Patterson, but what's happening with that project?
So the project has been moving forward. I think I'll let DGS talk about the construction side. I think we have been working with the school community to listen as they identify issues and try to address them as best we can, recognizing the limitations of the spaces that we've got to serve both of their programs, right? The academic side being served up at Meyer and the arts program being served down at Garnett-Patterson. It's not ideal. I don't think anybody thinks it's ideal. And yet we know that we're there for another 2 school years, right? So they are expected to open in August of 2018, fully in their building.
Well, we'll just keep asking
so
about
we'll keep
it.
moving that forward.
We thought it was 2017, not 18.
Fall of 17. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, it's only 15.
FY18.
It's only 15.
Ish. Yes.
So we're working over
Yes.
there. I think that's
school year 17-18. We will be open, but 2 more school years in their current
Now,
situation.
Kimball is Ward 7 school is supposed to be in construction. How's it coming?
Yep. So we've been having conversations with Kimball principal about the funding that they received. They are a building that was built at 3 different times, and so there's some funny aspects to that space. The way this money was put in is part of a phased modernization and as part of our conversations around equity, as well as thinking about making sure that we're doing this right. We have started conversations with the principal about shifting it to a full modernization because we believe that that's the right thing for that school community. There is not enough money in the current budget for the full modernization. Is one of the projects that we have flagged for the mayor's budget team as one of the underfunded projects to make sure that we move that forward. We will also be having a community meeting with the Kimball community in November as well to make sure that they've heard from us since we committed to having the SIT team process start this fall, and we are now in the fall.
So I want to just make a comment on the SIT team and ask you a SIT plan and ask you a couple questions about it. So I really appreciate the new process that you've laid out. As you know, in our hearing in July, we were looking for that angle of accountability that would, I think, make it easier for people to know what was going on. And now you've taken that on, and I think both of you should be commended, all 3 of you for that matter, should be commended for this, I think, shift in the way we're doing it. What you haven't mentioned, you know, in the presentation in the SIT team process is for how we do the siting of schools. And I think that's a more complex question that's going to be moving forward maybe in this cross-sector task force and all these things. But the reality is that these siting of schools, where they're going to be open, you know, and things like that is still prevalent today. We can't wait for a process to happen. And there's a couple of schools that you mentioned, but one of them, for example, is the old Ron Brown Middle School, which is in Ward 7. What's going to happen with that school and what's the timing on that one? And of course, the other one is the Ward 4 Middle School, which is at the old McFarland site, timing around Roosevelt, moving out of there, which has the downstream impact on all the elementary schools there, and we need to move them up. We've heard, obviously, testimony from West and others that they want to be done quicker. So just walk with me for a second through this. What is kind of happening? At least these 2 projects have money in the budget, the Ward 4 and Ward 7 Middle School. What's the next step on those, and where are we in the sense of the SIT, you know, the SIT team process? So how does that fit in this sense so people can start to get information that they need to get on these school buildings?
Yep. So we have finally locked down a date to go out and meet with the Ron Brown community for December 2nd. So we'll start publicizing that. This is the first time it's been mentioned as a firm date. So we have been looking for a date that worked for a variety of different constituencies, and we wanted to make sure that we could come out and have that conversation. DCPS will fully admit that this is too late. Right? This is an area where we should have been having conversations with them last spring and in the summer, and that didn't happen, and we will own that mistake, and that is our responsibility to have ensured that that occurred. What we know is that we will be starting construction this spring and summer so that we can have students in the building for the Empowering Males of Color High School starting in August of 2017. Or 16, sorry. So that we can do that, we expect to continue to have multiple conversations. We will have a sit because a lot of it is retrofitting space as opposed to a full modernization process and making the space appropriate for a high school. There are fewer decisions to be made as they would be made in a traditional sit. There's many more programmatic conversations that need to be had. And so we will use the sit team for both the construction side, but also for some of the programmatic conversations. Very different than the model we're proposing for other places.
So you're doing this as a retrofit, kind of, you're doing it specifically, deliberately with that community differently than you'll do elsewhere.
Well, we are now, given that we're playing catch up, right?
You're playing catch up.
Since we're playing catch up.
Well,
on McFarland, we're doing it very differently, right? Because we have some time between Roosevelt moving out next summer and McFarland opening in the fall of 2018, we have an opportunity to make sure that we are figuring out all of the different components that should happen. The first component is a programmatic component. And so McFarland is similar to a Coolidge in that it should be a large, comprehensive neighborhood middle school, and that we have an opportunity to make sure that we are doing it right. And so we will have a community cabinet, and that community cabinet has been selected and has already started meeting. They are thinking about the programmatic components, making sure that they are in touch with the Roosevelt folks as they are planning the programs for Roosevelt as well, so that it feeds from McFarland up to Roosevelt, and that we continue the process to make sure that we have space for that community. The SIT team will then be formed, and we'll move forward in the next year to make sure that we can move that planning process forward and that we're building the space to receive all the kids that we expect to be at McFarland.
And you have that team picked now?
The SIT team has not been selected yet.
When will it be selected?
That would be selected in the spring.
Not till the spring. And that's the timing is appropriate for your new plan?
For the timing of that construction, it is appropriate, yes.
Quick question on SIT team, director and coordinator team. You don't mention too much in your plan what happens if everything is delayed. You know, so construction is delayed, they're not going to open the building. We had this issue, obviously, with Roosevelt. One date was said, and then another date was said. The question there was a lack of communication around exactly what was happening. I think people were disappointed because they were kind of anticipating getting out of McFarland building quicker, and that was a real frustrating time. We remember went out and did tours and community meetings on it. What's going to happen now? Is your SIT team coordinator process and the new way you're doing it going to be responsible for that as well?
Right. So the SIT team coordinator will be working very closely with DGS during the construction phase of that
project. They're not going to just check out after construction starts.
They will still be
interfacing
emails
with the community
every other week to let the folks know what has been going on.
Until we open the doors.
Exactly.
Great. Councilmember Che.
Thank you very much. I want to stay with the documentation issue just a little bit more. Mr. Von Vecchio, you said at the last hearing that DGS has new processes in place for collecting invoices and issuing payments to the private contractor, DCPS, but you didn't know how long they were in place and what specific changes had been made to improve them. So now I'm asking you, what are these new processes and what steps are in place and how long have we been following a new system?
Are you referring to the invoices that DCPS reviews
right,
prior
and you
to
said,
processing?
And I believe you said at that hearing that there were new processes in place for collecting the invoices and issuing payments to DCPS. So how do you do that now? Remember you said you didn't know, but there were some new things, but you didn't know what they were?
Right. So DCPS invoices are reviewed by a DGS employee prior to any processing going to our project management office or to the OCFO's office. The other thing is that those invoices and the personnel and the hours that are listed in the backup documentation are then checked and entered into a database that's prepared and managed by one of our in-house program analysts to assure that hours worked on particular schools are documented prior to that invoice then moving forward for final payment.
And that wasn't done previously?
It wasn't done at the level it should have been done at. Now it's done and documented every month.
Okay, and is there some kind of sheet or something written down? Everybody has to have like a checklist, some kind of sheet or something whereby whatever it is supposed to be done for the assessing that proper documentation is like checked off?
Yes, there is an invoicing processing system or procedure that whether it's a DCPEP invoice or a third-party commissioning contractor, that the invoicing review and approval process is followed for all of our invoices, regardless of.
Right, and that's like written down in a memo or something like that?
Yes, and then there are ongoing trainings that happen, so our project management team knows how to, or what those processes are and how to follow them.
Could the committee have a copy of that document?
I believe we could make that.
Okay.
It's actually part of the DGS project delivery manual, which is part of our process, and I think we can make that available as well.
Now, is there some sort of policy or something that you have in place if there's any kind of failure, repeated failure to collect and manage the required documentation, either, the District of Columbia folks or PEP or whomever? Like, is somebody, like, if you find that these things are not being done, you have a memo, they're supposed to do these things, what if they don't do these things?
I come from a background of accountability, and Mr. Bonvecchio and all of us in leadership in the department understand that is not negotiable. That is something that must happen, and it will happen.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to have, maybe I could have that manual. That would be, could I have the whole darn manual? The whole darn manual.
It's not good reading.
The whole darn manual.
But
yeah, because I have to have stuff to read. Now, the district has spent more per square foot than initially budgeted on many projects, and but at the same time, I thought we heard last time, somewhat less in some cases, depends upon what your comparative point is, than maybe neighboring jurisdictions. But when we left the hearing last time, I was a little unclear about exactly what the district does in that regard. In other words, do we have some square foot number? And obviously that's a moving target, but is there some range? Do we assess things based on what we ought to be paying, generally speaking, per square foot when we're modernizing or building a school?
I'll take that one, please. The initial estimates are what I refer to as parametric estimates in any kind of project. Those then get refined, and we do use industry benchmarks. We use a number of what I think are well-informed sources to give us an idea of what should costs be, and then factor those in. That's certainly how it will proceed anyway.
And have we altered the cost per square foot a lot, let's say in the last 3 years? Do you know what it is dynamically? Is it going up, going down, staying the same?
I think
I covered it, up, down.
You did cover all of it. Statistically, costs per square foot are moving up. I think the key is to understand why those costs are moving up. Are they schedule driven of why they're going up? Is there material product increases? Is there a challenge in the actual construction market that is driving the costs up? And that's the bigger question. Yes, costs are going up, but why are those costs going up, and what can we do to help control the increase is what we're really focusing on now.
And that's something of a segue, because we heard some testimony about Duke Ellington and how that project has gone from 80 million to 180 million, that the cost per square foot or costs generally have gone up, so that could account for some of it. But how would you, from a DGS perspective, to use the words of Chairman Mendelson, defend, that was his word, the significantly high cost per square foot at Duke Ellington compared to other schools? The auditor quoted a cost per square foot at Ellington to be over $1,000. DGS said it was just over $600, but in any case, it's a lot. So can you offer any justification for, the auditor said it was $1,000 square foot. That's kind of high.
We respect the auditor's opinion. Our facts and figures show the $670, I think, $680 a square foot. I think it was several folks today, several witnesses testified to the special nature of the school. From my own experience of having to build a new band hall and barracks for the Marine Corps down by the Navy Yard.
Maybe we could use that.
I'm sorry?
Perhaps we could use that.
Well, I think it's used most of the time, actually,
okay.
ma'am. So, but having done that, I can tell you that I was surprised and educated about the things that are required to take care of something that has, in this case, a musical function combined with a living function. But I'm not surprised that the costs are what they are. I think maybe what we have to remember is that the initial cost, I want to go back to something I said a moment ago about there being a parametric estimate, and it probably was low compared to the actual form, fit, and finish and usefulness of the final structure.
Now, my understanding is that the auditor is going to be looking at Duke Ellington in particular. Have you had occasion to look into that? Because it is, often cited as Exhibit A of costs spiraling out of control.
I apologize. I didn't hear the first part of your question.
I had understood, isn't it correct that the auditor's looking at Duke Ellington in particular? Yes, okay. But I wanted to know, and you're relatively new on the job, I appreciate. But are you also looking back at Duke Ellington to see why we are where we are, and especially in light of some testimony today that says that $180 million is probably not as far as we're going to go? There's going to be a need for more money?
Well, we respectfully observe that the cost is probably about where we are right now, we believe.
Okay.
But of course, we will go back and take a look at the forensics of that as to why it ended up getting to that particular square footage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would just like to make one comment
yes.
relative to that, which is that I think it is part of the reason to sort of restructure the process, because no one was saying yes or no.
That's right.
As you noted earlier, people at schools were allowed to create wish lists, and no one was actually making a determination of whether or not that was a rational wish list or not. And no one was helping schools prioritize what they cared most about. And so we did things.
Are we going to do that now? Because
Yes.
Okay.
That
So
is
it could
what
be,
my team's job is.
it could be
is to
that we
help
could
do
be
that.
saving money from that $180 million, or not? Am I too
Many of those
hopeful?
decisions have, as you noted earlier, left the barn. And I'm not sure that this is the project we're going to create
Wait,
wins
it's the
on.
train left the station, the horse, he used,
Anyways.
Chairman
yes.
used horse left the barn. I'm
Horse
train
left the
leaving
barn.
the.
Train left the
ship
station.
sailing, what, oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks very much.
Councilmember Allen? This
Thank
is
you, Mr. Chair.
Maybe one more round, but if we can keep the last round short, that would be good. They've been on the hot seat for a while.
Last round, yes, sir. Wanted to turn attention to some of the middle school planning projects. And we'd heard some testimony earlier from folks talking about, they're frustrated with the delays of modernization, but they want to try to look at this as an opportunity of engaging in a planning process, working with DCPS, working with others. And one of the things I thought was also helpful was hearing them talk about seeing this, especially I think we exclusively heard from parents of elementary school age within the feeder pattern. So seeing this as an opportunity that also helps build capacity, build interest, build vision towards that middle school. And so a real willingness on the elementary side to be really highly engaged in the middle school process. So as you look at where we have the budget lined up for both Elliott Hine and for Jefferson, we'll use those two for right now, how do you see, Dr. Beers, your next steps now that we've begun the fiscal year? You've got dollars there to kind of begin that community engagement and planning process. How do you want to proceed, and how do you plan to proceed in this next fiscal year?
So we had conversations with the principals of both Elliott Hine and Jefferson to let them know that as we were taking on this SIT process, that the first order of business for us was projects that were going to be starting in the next summer or projects that were ongoing, and that we would then engage with them. And so we are now at the point where we are ready to start engaging with them, which will mean, again, starting with a community meeting to hear from that community, as well as then establishing a SIT with the expectation that that SIT will help us work through what that planning process looks like, work with us and DGS, again, to figure out what the space will allow us to do and how to best utilize that space going forward for both of those communities so that they can particularly those elementary schools that have been growing and have become strong community schools have the opportunity to see a middle school option for them. And so we're quite committed to continuing that dialogue and moving that forward.
Great. And it makes sense in terms of for the major projects for FY16, those are the top of the list pieces. Do you have an approximate timeline of when those community meetings get started and when you want to have that?
I expect that we'll have meetings by the end of the calendar year.
Okay. All right. So that's great. When you look at the funding that's in there for, I think it's 1.5 for Elliott High and 1.5 for Jefferson for FY16, does that align with a plan that you have? Is it too much? Is it too little? What are your thoughts in terms of as you map this out? I mean, I appreciate your comments about trying to move towards a more structured planning process. You kind of outlined it as almost a 3-year process of beginning that to build towards so that the council is passing a budget that actually makes sense, that has numbers that are real. Mr. Weaver, I think you said it best when planning early is good, planning late's bad. So what are your thoughts, Dr. Beers, as you look at the funding and how you want to align that?
So I think a big piece for both of those schools, so there's some good news with both of them, is that from a construction side, they are under-enrolled schools. So how we manage the project, even though their funding when the construction part is in place is spread over several years, it may still be able to be possible to work within that structure to acknowledge that we move kids from one side of the building to the other. Not ideal, and so we'll be looking at a variety of different choices with them. Our goal is to use that planning money to understand the feasibility once we understand the programmatic needs of those buildings so that we make sure that we're building the space that's ready to receive those kids, plus the kids who are currently in boundaries and not attending those schools, right? If we actually do this right, we have an opportunity to regain kids who've not been able to walk by the building and feel like that's someplace I want to go. And so our hope is that we can have them start to feel like we've invested, even though inside the building we have done tons of investment to make sure that we are building great programs for them. It's hard to sometimes get over the exterior as you walk past.
Well, that's exactly why we've talked so much about this, because you're right. The programming inside, we've got phenomenal programs, phenomenal leadership, phenomenal students. Just isn't always reflected on the outside, and people that'll walk past Elliott Hine, for example, and think the school's closed. But you go inside and you find, our school system's only radio program. You find just phenomenal people within there. But that's why these facilities matter so much.
That's right.
Absolutely. All right, so you see the dollars that are in there, the $1.5 million for FY16 as an investment you're going to make in terms of the planning process.
Yeah, that's our intent, and if there's any change, as I said, we'd come back to you and talk through why we thought we needed either more or less to get that project done. But our commitment is to doing the planning part for sure, and making sure that we are working with the community to understand what their needs are and make sure that the building is built in a way that can achieve those needs.
And if you need to be looking under your swing space scenario, do you envision being able to use any of those to help planning in that respect?
Right. So what I didn't say earlier when we talked about swing space is that we're actually doing sort of a citywide analysis on swing space to acknowledge that it's more than just the 4 schools that might need to swing next year, that there are other schools. Elliott, Hine, and Jefferson certainly are part of that conversation. I think, as I said earlier, there's a bigger chance, given their current enrollments, that we would be able to do it within building as opposed to having to swing them off-site. They also are just structured a little differently in a way that there's more opportunities than exist in some of our spaces. We are doing analysis for our Ward 7 and Ward 8 schools to make sure that we have appropriate swing spaces for them as we move forward. They're not all as fortunate as Orr is in being able to stay on site and have a new building built. So we have to take that into account and look at what's currently available in our inventory that's not being utilized in the way that would allow us to move that forward.
Got it. We also heard earlier today a witness talking about school within school at Goding around the different prioritizations of the different projects. Is that a conversation, I guess that might be with DGS now rather than DCPS,
no, it's
or is that DCPS?
Yep.
Okay.
So in the transition, right, we make those decisions. And so, as the parent mentioned earlier, he's been working with both the DCPS team as well as the DGS team to understand what the $3 million can get, so that we can prioritize.
But you're feeling like you're getting good feedback from the school community?
We've been working great with them. I think, we have recovered from some delays. So
excellent. Also, this was a big conversation during the budget cycle, but we talked about Shaw Middle School, and while there is no funding in there, part of what we want to do is to begin the process of thinking through a feasibility study. Is that something that you believe DCPS can start that process in FY16 to start being responsive to the community's concerns, even though it may still be several years before capital dollars identified for the middle school, but to begin that feasibility study?
Yeah, so one of the things that happened in the reorganization of DCPS is that I had the enrollment team and school budget team, and then from Emily Durso's team, we had the school planning team come over. They are now a single division in my team, and so that they are thinking about the enrollment issues, looking at school planning, and the Shaw Middle School is one of the sites that they are doing some analysis, working with Office of Planning to make sure that we have good statistics on the age of kids, looking at our space at Cardozo. As we have more kids interested in coming to Cardozo, what are the limitations that may push us one direction or another when it comes to Shaw? I think this is another space, as those of us who've lived in D.C. for many years will acknowledge, also has some opportunities for us to rethink our public-private partnerships, and we have not really explored that in recent years, and so it is something that we have to look into as we look at the feasibility of redoing. It may not be something that we have to do only on our own dime, and Coolidge is another place to do that as well, to figure out how we use private dollars to make sure that we're building out spaces that are working for the whole community.
I had one final question, very short. Under the new kind of thinking here, when a school has an investment that's not a modernization, but is more project-based, so what I'm thinking of, for example, is the playground replacement at Minor Elementary or at Ludlow Taylor, is that going to be, that's still squarely a DGS project, or is that DCPS?
So they're all DCPS buildings and spaces, and so DCPS is the owner of those spaces. We will work very closely with DGS because we need them to understand what we can and can't do with the dollars that we have, but we will be the decision makers about what ultimately happens in those spaces.
Okay, so when I have the community or the school community coming to me saying, who do we talk to? Am I connecting them to DCPS or to DGS?
DCPS.
DCPS. All right. Thank you, Dr. Beers.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have been joined by Councilmember Yvette Alexander from Ward 7. I'd like to recognize her for an opening statement or questions for the panel.
Thank you, Chairmans Grosso and Che. It's freezing cold in here. That's one thing. Does DGS control the temperature?
Is that all you came down here to say?
No, I'll be out of here quickly because it's freezing. That's the trick to get us out of here. I have one concern, and I believe someone testified earlier from Ward 7. I need to, are these new rules? I need to substantiate what the policies are now for civic associations or advisory neighborhood groups, what have you, to use the school facilities. Now, River Terrace, I know that they have a newly modernized school now. Well, a couple of years ago, the Civic Association, River Terrace Civic Association, was able to use the facility. Now they're saying their terms, their insurance requirements, and their requirements to pay for, with the school staff, custodial fees, security fees, and they need to have a insurance policy as well to include DCPS or DGS on their rider for their insurance. So I need to know, is this something new? Because I don't know of any organization in Ward 7 that's doing that, that's using either a school or a library in the ward.
So I can answer around the schools because I've been working very closely with the River Terrace community over the last several years. I think On the school side, there was incredible variability about what our requirements have been and whether or not they've been implemented. And so our team is looking to try and standardize. They have not yet been standardized. We will be putting them out for public comment because we need to hear about how we make exceptions. Because there are communities where we need to be prepared to make some exceptions, but we need to do that in a way that makes sense and a way that's justifiable for everybody and doesn't just happen because you happen to know somebody.
Right.
And so our intent is to do that. I'm happy to work with you directly about River Terrace because I think there's been a little bit of confusion as the building got opened new. I personally committed when I was overseeing special education that at least for the first year that we would waive some of those requirements as we figured them out. And so I'm happy to work with you and the River Terrace community to figure that out as we go.
Thank you. So were these policies, is this something new?
No, they always existed. It's just random how they were enforced.
Okay.
And so what we're going to try and do is standardize it and create some rules that make sense to everybody. And as I said earlier, have the how you get an exception be clear and transparent as opposed to the ways that it happened in the past.
So is it possible if you could provide for me a list of the schools in Ward 7 that are currently being used or under agreement with any organizations in the ward? I know most of
we can work with you to get that list. That list is maintained by DGS, but we can work with you to get that list around the schools to make sure that we're.
So would you have schools and libraries as well? Is the same contracted agreement for any of those facilities?
They're different, but we're trying to standardize it. It is one of the things that Mayor Bowser has asked the Deputy Mayor of Health and Human Services and the Deputy Mayor of Education to work together on is standardizing public use of public spaces.
Okay,
so that,
and then another concern, I know schools are closed if most meetings occur at 6 or 7 in the evening. I would imagine unless there's an after-school program, the schools are closed. But the libraries would remain open until like 9 o'clock. So if a meeting was there, are there different standards if a building is open or if they're closed?
I'm not certain about that, and so we'll have to get back to you relative to the differences between DCPS standards and public library standards. I know that there are ways to reserve space for the public library. I just don't know the terms and conditions of those requirements.
Okay, so thank you. And I know this is with regards to school modernization, but I guess it's kind of appropriate for me to ask this because there was nothing in place under the old River Terrace school, but now that the school has been modernized, now these new, well, maybe not new rules, but now these rules are being enforced. And I know that we have a lot of modernizations planned for, our ward or upgrades. So I don't want something to stop that's been going on, for years. If something new happens when schools are modernized, then I have a problem with that.
Yep.
But if I could, through the chairs, obtain whatever the agreements are so that I can relay that agreement to the community, because a lot of people don't know about that agreement. Mm-hmm. I can at least send it out to the civic associations and advisory neighborhood commissions or what have you. I can send that out. And if they're the same rules for libraries and schools or rec centers as well, I don't know what rules apply. So I need to know what rules apply in order for organizations to use the facilities.
Yeah, we'll get that. If you'd like, we can ask them to give us a report on what their policies are there for all of those.
Right.
Don't you think? I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah, because what you don't want to have is one group not following and then another group following, or one group that hasn't been and now all of a sudden they're under those rules. So I would appreciate it. And FYI, the River Terrace meeting is coming up. I believe on Wednesday or next Wednesday, the third Wednesday of every month.
Okay.
They have their standard meeting. So I would appreciate if I could get a response this week
We will work
for that particular meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Alexander. I can imagine that some of those, we already remember the big debates we had on libraries having extended hours and being open later. when they're open, they don't charge anything for the use of these things, but the schools, because they tend to close down, they have to open up the building with custodial or for lights or whatever. So we'll hear what the difference is, and I think that'll be helpful for everybody to know what the standards are, so I appreciate that. I have a few more questions here, and then we can move on. I'm wondering with the SIT team again, that there is going to be continual small cap projects that are going to happen. Who's going to be in charge of actually communicating what's happening with those projects as we move forward? If there's not a full SIT in place, how do we best communicate with the community on that kind of work that's getting done? Because I'd like to have, as you know, like we did last year, more transparency around what are those, why are they prioritized, just kind of where are we spending our money instead of one big, fund. So what's the process for communicating around small cap projects?
So I would say right now it is entirely dependent on the project and the principal and the community, and that's not acceptable. I think as we move forward in implementing this SIP process, we will look and see what's working as far as communication methods and make sure that we implement those with the small capital projects as well. We clearly won't have the same types of SIT meetings.
Need to do that. Right.
But making sure that there's regular ongoing communication with the schools is something that we can commit to.
Yeah, that's the question, and that might be a DGS more, I don't know. So let's come up with something to make sure people can be updated on that. At our July hearing, Mr. Bonvecchio, you indicated that the new modernization plan will add a potentially additional 5 years before all the schools can be completed. And I'm wondering realistically under this new process, approximately how many schools do you think will actually get modernized per year? You might have heard me earlier today, talking about this change in how the timing is, what's going to get done. And, I just would love to hear for you guys, it doesn't have to be you again, Mr. Bonvecchio, but I'd like to hear you guys talk about what the timing's going to be. Because, as a politician, we like to get that little check mark that we said we're going to do a school. In the past, it was regardless of whether or not it was actually going to get done. I'm of the opinion that we ought to do it and be honest and then get something done that we say we're going to get done. And so I'm okay with a little bit of slowdown, but I think we need to start educating people that that's a reality of being honest up front about what's realistic and what's not. So thoughts on that?
If we could tag team for just a second, let me add in a preliminary way that yes, it will make the process extend out into the out years to some extent, but the payback is wholeness of the projects in the near years and cost control that I think has maybe been somewhat of a problem with the short periods of time that we've had to work on some of these things. But with that, I'll ask Jeff to step in.
And it is one of those areas that we need to look at and focus on. One of my concerns would be the capacity of our design and construction market to handle a certain number of projects every fiscal year, and looking at that, we've got a big number of them that we're just now issuing or evaluating RFPs on, and we want quality contractors, we want quality designers working on these projects. We don't want to overburden them to a point where the quality of work that we're getting in terms of responses to RFPs or design standards are not at that level that we expect. So finding that right balance of the correct number of projects, but also getting the quality out of our vendors is the balance we've got to look for, and we'll continue that analysis throughout this year moving forward.
Did you want to add anything, Dr. Beers?
So, I like to just say it how it is sometimes. And so what I will say is that I am pretty confident that we can get the projects done that we've listed in 16, 17, and 18. There are some that are underfunded, and I think that we're going to work together to figure out how we make sure that we honor those commitments that we've made to those communities. I think that when we look at 19 and beyond, we're going to have some frank conversations, and my hope is that as we start to develop the CIP for this year, that we start to have some realistic projections as opposed to the placeholders that we currently have in place for 19 and beyond to help us understand what the real financial implications would be for doing the schools that exist in 19 and beyond. That means having the understanding of exactly what the needs are from the facilities, as well as all the other components that should go into that thought process, so that as we committed, right, that the CIP within that 3-year period, you feel pretty certain that there's no slippage happening, right?
Okay.
And that we look then at the rest of the process and together decide whether or not we should continue to have a 6-year CIP or whether we should have a shorter CIP and be able to hold all of us accountable for making sure that those things happen.
Right.
Not that we're not talking about other schools beyond that, but
Yes.
that we were being realistic about what we can actually accomplish.
So in the conversation we had a few months back in the hearing, we also talked about, if that's the case, then the solution to this, not the solution, but one aspect of this would be that we do small cap projects to keep up with things, right? So we wouldn't just let things languish, but we would actually be planning better. So if it did get pushed out a little bit, there'd be something done to keep that school up to speed. Now, I'm wondering, I guess that goes to the question of how we communicate, which we already talked about a little bit, but I'm also wondering, how do we determine which small cap projects go first? And that, we talked about what goes first from the big picture last year, and we're going to follow through on that with the CIP and how we really manage that. But how do we start to understand where the small cap projects go first? And for example, I am particularly concerned about the projects that got phase ones that were not these super duper enhanced phased ones, but were more just the normal when we were doing it phased ones. That I've been in these schools. They had a painted wall or two. They had a couple other things done, maybe a window replacement. But what are we going to do now with those to account for them to go back? And maybe they're not going to get up on the list right away, right? Because they had some money that was invested in them at some point, and these other schools have had no money invested, so they got to go first for a full modernization. How do we account for that? And how do we go back and make sure that those schools are getting what they deserve for another step without the implications that they've already had money spent there?
So, I think, as Director Weaver said earlier, a big piece of this is making sure we get good, high-quality facility assessments that are updated on an ongoing basis. There's not a clear, easy way to say what gets sort of on the small cap versus what doesn't, outside of those that are really about sort of safety and health of kids.
Right.
And sort of that process of ranking them in the way that Director Weaver said earlier. And so I think there should be some more conversation about sort of how we say yes and no to some of these things, and make some decisions going forward as we look at our spaces and make sure that they are continuing to be good, safe spaces that are meeting our educational needs until they can get modernized.
Okay, so I think that that's part of the main issue here, is that if you're going to do the delay, if we're going to do a new approach, which I'm okay with, I'm not opposed to that because I think it's a more honest approach, then we have to also understand that there's going to be some significant work that needs to be done at the same time, and that we need to be transparent about that work as well, and why it's being done and when it's being done, and what are the implications for those schools moving forward. After all, at this point, there's only a certain number of schools, and so it seems to me like we could catalog them, database, make sure there's all the information we need, and then a timing on them moving forward in a most adult-like, deliberate manner. I also want to just quickly mention how the Office of Planning fits into this conversation. Now, I know that the Deputy Mayor of Education is looking at this cross-sector task force on siting, but the Office of Planning has a role to play here when it comes to projected enrollment and engagement. And I know that they've been involved in the past. We put them into our CIP program as best we could. I'm worried about places like Fort Totten, where you actually have an influx of residents like we had down, by the Navy Yard as well with Van Ness. How do we account for that and make sure that we're engaged there as well? Thoughts?
So that is part of the responsibility for my strategic school planning team to make sure that they are coordinating with the Office of Planning to understand where there's growth potential when they're projecting out enrollment for our schools, but also to understand sort of that process. We then have a weekly meeting with the facilities team as well as the school planning team to make sure that we are considering all the issues at hand.
But there's no school there, right? I mean, they've given them up.
There is currently no school at Fort Totten. It's
Right.
one of those areas that had a large loss of students to the charter schools, and so those school buildings have been turned over either to charter schools or to
Community
UDC
college,
or other
right.
places. And so we are going to have to be cognizant of that and monitor that growth and where our kids are coming from to our other schools.
Yeah, I think it can be done not just in the CIP process, but also in some other space where we need to actually have a better understanding. I'm going to go back to my colleague, Mary Che. Maybe she has one more round of questions, if that's possible.
Yes,
All right, great.
I'll try
One
to do
more
that.
round from
Okay, just-
Councilmember Che.
I want to get back to Duke Ellington again for a second. I understand that there was at least one assessment of another site for Ellington, and I wanted to ask about the assessment of that site and why it wasn't pursued.
At that time, Mayor Gray determined that it should stay on site is what we were able to determine after you asked us that in the previous round of questionings in June.
So it's just like executive decision, that's it, you're staying there?
That is what I have been
Okay.
told.
All right, because I did put that question, so I thank you for answering that. Now, at the last hearing, DGS, DCPS were unable to tell us who was ultimately or is ultimately responsible for approving LEED certifications on school construction over the gold standard, which would be required by law. And can DGS tell us anything about that now? And I'm like real keen on high LEED certification, but I just want to know how this comes about, because sometimes the cost-benefit analysis might be a little tricky.
Right. The city standards are for a LEED silver building. However, the Healthy School Act requires a
I've
LEED
heard of
gold.
that.
Yes, a LEED gold standard for our schools, and so
Mhm.
that's the standard that the school modernizations strive for is LEED gold.
So that now has become the standard?
That is
And
correct.
that's what we'll enforce?
That's correct.
Okay, good. As I said, I'm kind of keen on that anyway. Now, at the last hearing, DGS proposed for a biannual program audit of modernization contracts, and I want to know, have you been able to put that in place to have this biannual internal audit of the modernization contracts? Are we going to do that?
Yes, we will put that in place, and we've already started that work on the 5 high schools that we mentioned earlier in the process.
All right. And then you're going to share some information with us. Also, at our last hearing, DGS said it would create these project summary sheets that would provide information related to the budget, and I guess furnish that to the council as well?
Yes, those sheets are being developed, and in fact, they've become further developed based on input from staff from my staff as we move forward, and are being adapted. It seems like citywide in terms of a way to give that transparency into the budget process, and we look forward to rolling those out.
Okay, do you have any idea when, and can we get them when you have them, or do we have to wait for all of them, or what?
I think once we're comfortable, it's a process of getting information from one program management device from another, and I think we just want to be 100% sure on the accuracy of the information before we roll it out in a full public way. And I expect it to roll out on a smaller scale, and we'll be more than happy to share that with you when it's available.
Okay, do you have any notion about when that'll be?
Within the month.
Oh, that would be good, okay. Now, the auditor also recently raised some concerns about the DGS request for proposals to modernize, we already had some mention of this, the Ron Brown Middle School. And I think concerns were raised in the auditor's letter to Chairman Mendelson. I think that's how it was done. And so I have a couple of questions that might shed light on that, if I can. Can you explain how the RFP complies in that particular case with the CIP program for 16 for Ron Brown Middle School?
The RFP is in compliance with with the DGS standards, and also the language in the CIP for a modernized facility in Ward 7 is part of that process.
But from what I understand, final ed specs don't exist, and the RFP didn't include final ed specs. So how do you expect to really curb possible increased costs if you only had preliminary or draft ed specs for that school?
Well, and as we heard earlier, the process with Ron Brown and its conversion and the phased approach on Ron Brown will, doing the classroom conversions is a process that's been done before. We have very good controls over that process and how we can do it. I think it's once given the opportunity, we can spend some more time looking over the overall modernization of that school and assure that the costs are in line with the budget set aside.
And you also have a guaranteed maximum price associated with that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so once you get to that price, although, you know, it's funny how people will spend what they're allowed to spend, but or maybe allowed to spend. For example, how will you avoid overtime, which could significantly up the cost, while still completing it on this schedule of Phase 1 by fall 2016?
The project schedule is built into the RFP and into the contract, so costs to meet the schedule are already built into the contract itself.
And if it's over that, if in order to deliver it, when you say you're going to deliver it, you have to have significant overtime, that's on the contractor?
Yes, it's built into it has a firm delivery date into the contract, so it's his cost, it's his expense to deliver. If he comes up with a number to get it done by date specific and he can't do it, any overtime he occurs to meet that date is on him. The district does not accrue those
okay.
costs. Thank you.
All right. Well, you know, I am grateful for the information follow-up on the questions that we had previously that couldn't be answered. And I'm also pleased that we're putting in place some of these mechanisms, you know, that will give us greater confidence that we're actually monitoring things well. But I'll just add that there were a number of things, we've made a note of them, that you promised to provide us further, and so we'll be sending a little note, and probably Chairman Grasso also has a list of things. So I hope you'll indulge us when we do that, because we want to, you know, fill out the information that we've been seeking. So thank you. I have no further questions. I'm sure you're happy.
No, I'm fine. I just have one more question on this that I think is in line with what you were saying. In the hearing in July, we were talking about whether or not DCPS had any role in monitoring costs and things like that with DGS. For example, did you have access to buyout logs or monthly reports? All these, and all the answers were no. And are we in a new place now that you actually have that with this new process, that you can assure me that you are now monitoring this, you are going to act like a real client here who is getting the project delivered from the project management agency, and construction and all is going to be monitored?
Yes, I think in June there may have been a little misunderstanding of what you were asking. We better understand that now. We are getting monthly reports from DGS on our projects, as well as there are weekly meetings where we review what is being spent on projects and what the progress is on projects. And so we'll continue to do that and continue to partner together to make sure that we know what we're getting as a client.
I appreciate that. And I'll just note for Ron Brown, isn't that, it's going to roll out 9th grade first and then 10th? So
correct.
This amount of money that we've invested in now is to get it prepared for that level right now. We might have to invest more money there moving forward if we need to, when we expand it. Is that the case? Or do you think it would be ready to deliver 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th?
I think there are 2 phases to the project. We have funding for FY16 and funding for FY17.
2 years.
And so our expectation is that there'll be some summer work between the 16-17 school year and the 17-18 school year that will allow us to finish the space so that we can serve the high school students. I think we may have some middle school needs in the future, but we're not doing anything to the building that would preclude us from investing further in the building to make sure that there could be middle school students if we make that determination based on the population that's there in the future.
I appreciate that. I think Councilmember Che wanted to say something in regards to
Well, I was
that.
just wondering when you're going to start planning the empowering the at-risk girls of color.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Che. On that note, I would like to say thank you all very much for your follow-up here for this hearing. You know, it's, I think, very constructive. We were able to come from a time where the hearing was a little bit more contentious and not sure really where we were heading, but this time I think it shows that a lot of work has been put in and that we're in a really good place here. So I want to thank you all for that. And we'll be in touch, as Councilmember Che mentioned, that we'll be in touch with follow-up to this hearing.
Sir, if I could add,
Yes, sir.
just for my colleagues at DCPS, again, I'm going to invoke this, hopefully not too many more times, but as the new guy, it's exciting to work with them. They're great partners. I think we're asking the right questions. I think we are being asked the right questions. Happy to provide those things. And the old Navy saying, when something's been well done, is Bravo Zulu. So I would say that to our friends at DCPS.
All right.
Bravo Zulu.
Thank you very much, Well, that's great. And we will see you guys soon, and if not before, at performance oversight hearings. The time is now 3:30 in the afternoon on the same day we started, and this hearing is adjourned.